Makerere. This is one of the biggest, actually this is the biggest auditorium we have in this university. And sometimes you could put here 200 people and it still feels empty. So I encourage those who are at the back, please occupy the front seats so that we don't miss you in the pictures. You can come to the front. There are some seats here in the middle row. I will encourage you to please move over. I would like to introduce my co-facilitator, co-MC. Actually, I am the co. He's the he's the true MC and facilitator, Dr. Anthony. Just stand up and wave. Yes, that's Dr. Anthony Tabo. Many of you know who he is. He will say more about himself. He's also my OB, so we really do get along quite well. I'm sure we'll take you through this program quite efficiently. Let us humble ourselves and pray. Dear God, we thank you for this day. We thank you for bringing us here to discuss matters of national importance. We thank you for the resources that you've given this country. And we thank you for the responsibility, the stewardship that you've given us to take care of these resources, to use them efficiently, effectively, and responsibly for the glory of your name. Amen. I'm going to request you to stand for the national anthems.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Makerere, Makerere, we build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. From east and west, from north and south, all voices singing arise, Makerere. Rise up and rise, high up and high, all voices singing arise, Makerere, Makerere, Makerere. We build for the future, the great Makerere. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee. Great, great and mighty, the walls around thee. Great, great and mighty, the gates beside thee.
Okay, you may take your seats. Welcome to this program, a product launch and dissemination event for the NutriFish project. You're going to hear a lot about the NutriFish project. And welcome to Makerere. In case you're wondering who are you seated next to, we have quite a number of people who have come, and I think it would be good to know who it is that is in the room. I'm going to introduce quite a number of people and recognize quite a number of people. And if I say your name or your title or where you're from, please just feel free to wave, put up your hand and just wave. Of course, here as the hosts, no, first of all, I will introduce Mr. Tom Bukenya, who is representing the minister. Can just wave. Okay, thank you very much. We also have the director of LIAFO. Now, LIAFO is Lake Victoria, no, sorry, Lake Edward Albert and Lake Edward Albert Fisheries Organization, forgive me. The Deputy Executive Director, please just wave your hand. Dr. Joyce Nyeko, thank you very much. We also have the Director of NAFIRI, please also wave, Dr. Winnie Nkalubo. And I believe is also representing the Director General of NARO. Thank you very much. Makerere, we have the Deputy Principal, College of Natural Sciences, Dr. Kasozi Juma. I'm going to introduce the rest in their categories that they are representing, because we have quite a number of people, and I'll start with those from Makerere. If you are staff or student of Makerere, kindly stand up or wave. We'll appreciate that. You can just wave. Student of Makerere, staff of Makerere, I see my Dean of School of Biosciences, I see you. See other lecturers, I see our students. You're welcome. You're most welcome. We also have representatives from LVFO, Michael MC. Yes? Yeah, they are there. And then those who have joined us from local government. I saw some who I knew quite well who are students, some who I studied with from local government, district fisheries officers. Please wave so that people can see your stand. Yes. We also have representatives from Roforum. I think I saw someone here from Roforum. Anybody? Probably they are still on the way, but we're expecting representatives from Roforum, including the executive director. Okay, and then we also have, do we have somebody from the Ministry of Education also in attendance? Yes, please just stand up. And the issue of education is very crucial right about now. So people need to know who he is, and maybe at some point you can reach out and know exactly where he's serving within the ministry. And of course from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. If you're there, please just put up your, oh, thank you very much. We have representatives from MAIF. From the Ministry of Health. Okay. Uganda National Bureau of Standards, because these were also invited. Yes, we have a representative from UNBS. Thank you very much for coming. Representatives from GIZ. From GIZ, you're very welcome, madam.
Recording
very
stop.
Welcome. From ICIDA. Representatives from ICIDA. Okay. And we also have representative from Office of the Prime Minister, OPM. This one, they expected also to help to participate in the panel discussion, so maybe later they'll get introduced as the event goes on. Yeah, I think I have introduced most of all the categories of those who are invited. So if you've not had a chance to put up your hand, the question is, who are you? But I'm sure that we'll get to know who you are, and you've left your contact and information at the door as you are getting in. Okay, without further ado, we are going to get on to know exactly what it is that we are here for. And so we will receive an overview of the NutriFish project and some testimonies and I think it will be done by Dr. Jackson Efitri. Please.
Recording in progress.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. People are sad. They have not eaten fish this morning. We're just waiting for the projection to come on. Okay. The Minister of State for Fisheries, represented by the Director, DIFR, the representative of the donor partners, IDRC and ASIA, the NutriFish implementing partners, Makerere University, the National Fisheries Resources Research Institute, McGill University and Nutriel, representatives from different ministries, the private sector, the media, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure on behalf of the project NutriFish to welcome you to this launch and dissemination event. I am not going to stand here speaking a lot because in the audience we have people whom we've been working with for the last 3.5 years that you will really want to listen to. So, where did we come from with this project? When you look at the issue of malnutrition, especially what we call micronutrient deficiencies, it's a global challenge that is affecting about 2 billion people who are suffering from micronutrient deficiencies. By micronutrients, we mean small elements or compounds that we need in small quantities, but they are really very essential for development and growth. And about 1 million children, less than 5 years, suffer from vitamin A and also zinc deficiencies. So this is a very big challenge globally. When we look at Uganda, the statistics are quite daring. For women and children, when you look at women in reproductive age, the statistics show that about 32% are anemic and 30% are zinc deficient. For children, it's even more. 50% are anemic and 70% are zinc deficient. Imagine looking at 3 out of 10 women who cannot do their productive work because they are weakened by anemia, and the children cannot go to play with their friends. So that's the situation we are dealing with in this country. And why is that a problem? We find that we have limited access, especially our women and children have limited access to micronutrient-rich food, including fish. And when we look at fish, fish is a rich food. When you look at this photo on the screen, you'll find that it contains all the nutrients that we need for us to be healthy and also for our children to grow in a healthy way. But in Uganda, we are consuming very little of the fish. If you look at the challenges, the small finger-sized fish are particularly important because we eat them whole with the head, the bones, and so on. So they provide all the nutrients, including iron, including calcium, and including zinc, that we need for a healthy body. So the low consumption of fish is attributed to a number of factors, including insufficient information on catches and the nutrient composition of these fishes, high post-harvest losses. When we catch the fish, we actually lose 4 out of 10. That is the statistic we've been using. And there is also gender inequalities, and all this lead to us in Uganda consuming only half of the required amount of fish that a human being is supposed to consume for a healthy body. The Food and Agriculture Organization recommends 25 kilograms per person per year, but we are only eating about 10 to 12, which is low. So, to address this challenge, the NutriFish project thought about a global objective of increasing availability, accessibility, and consumption of underutilized fishes, the small fishes, and also fish products. For example, the Nile perch processing byproducts for sustainable food and nutrition security and better livelihoods. This was our global objective to address the issue of low consumption of fish in Uganda. Under this global objective, we had 5 key areas or objectives. The first one, we wanted to know what are the quantities of these small fish in the lakes. We also wanted to identify the socioeconomic and the institutional factors which are affecting or impeding fish consumption. Third, we wanted to generate information on drivers and magnitude of post-harvest losses, which will help us to promote cost-effective processing technologies. And the fourth was to develop and commercialize fish-based nutritious foods. These foods are what we are here today to launch, among other innovations of the project. And finally, to enhance capacity, both of partner institutions and also the value chain actors. In the next few slides, I will show you the key results and innovations that have resulted from this project. I will also be asking some of our beneficiaries to actually give us, their stories, so you will hear from them in a little while. Now, to address the issue of overfishing, the project developed a simple app called ECAS, Electronic Catch Assessment Survey Tool, which helps us to actually monitor the fish stocks in real time. So this has been already used by 900, we have 900 records of data already in the system. And as of last year, I think September, we had 200 stakeholders using this application, and including the Directorate of Fisheries Resources and the Fisheries Protection Unit, who are using this data and information to try to avoid overfishing. So this is something which the project innovated. The second thing we looked at was to profile the nutrients of these small fishes, what is really included in these small fishes. And we found that they are actually very rich in what I called micronutrients early on. So we focus on zinc, iron, and calcium because these are the key micronutrients which our bodies need, particularly for children and the pregnant and lactating women. Now, we also found that actually per 100 servings, these small fishes contain more nutrients compared to the Nile perch. And when you look at 100 grams, mukene, for example, which we eat all the time, contains 10 times more iron, 14 times more zinc, and 11 times more calcium when you compare it to the Nile perch fillet, which is what we export. And this shows that these small fishes actually play a very important role in addressing nutritional deficiencies in this country. Now, the information from the nutritional analysis guided us in developing 5 fish-enriched products, and you will be seeing these products today. So we've developed baby food, sauce, snacks, and seasoning, and other products. And these have been developed from low-value fish, the mukene, which doesn't fetch a lot of money. And this is making more fish and fish products available to the nutritionally deficient vulnerable groups, the children and the women in reproductive age. If you take one of these products, for example, a 5-gram portion of the baby food provides up to a third of the child's daily protein need, iron and zinc and folic requirements. So you can see the contribution the small fishes are making through these fish-enriched products. We highlighted the issue of post-harvest losses, very high post-harvest losses. What the project did was to introduce a solar tent dryer, as you see in the picture there, that lady. And this dryer is helping us to reduce the losses, and it's also helping us to improve quality. And when you look at the solar tent dried fish, compare that to the one which is dried on the ground, it is actually fetching double the amount of money that you get from the ordinarily dry fish. It also increases how long the fish stays. The shelf life is increased up to 5 months. And this solar tent has actually been recommended by the Parliamentary Committee on Agriculture for improving fish processing. At this point, I would like to now pause and invite one of our beneficiaries all the way from the landing site to give us a brief, just 10 minutes, sorry, 3 minutes, not 10. Do we have Mohammed? Is Mohammed around? Please, if we could have a microphone for him. You can just talk where you are, or if you want, you can come here so that people can see you.
Yes, good morning once again. I'm by the name Mohammed Shakashon from the landing site, Akwash district in Albert. So I'm also one of the beneficiaries of this project brought in by NutriFish. So before NutriFish came in, we were drying our fish using open drying, which was not so safe compared to the project, because now with this project, the fish we dry are more safe in terms of hygiene, in terms of time saving. So we have a group called Shwaranguta Women Groups who are benefiting from this project. Currently, they are found in the landing site. So this project have been there for 1 year. So actually, I'm here to testify that we are really benefiting from this project. So quality, we have improved on our quality. The product we dry from the solar tent, it lasts longer than compared to this one, which is on the sun drying. We also have time saving. When we dry our fish using this solar tent, it takes shorter time compared to open sun drying. It also help us on security, because we dry, initially we used to dry on open drying. When you put today, you have to wait until it's dry and you come and collect. With the solar tent dryer, when you enter inside, you expose your product, you just lock the tent, you come when it's dry. So it takes only 1 day, the other one takes 2 days. commonly that is when we are talking of the ragogi, that is the Brasinus nus, which takes 2 days on open drying and 1 day on the solar tent dryer. So it's saving our time, and security-wise, we no longer have much time like we used to have when we are drying using the the open drying. So our group or our members now have time for other activities, because when they take their fish for drying, now they just move out, they go for other activities. So I'm really very thankful to be here, at least to testify this to this house, that we are benefiting, and really we are appealing for more units if it can be, because in the landing site in a day we harvest at least a minimum of 5 to 10 tons of fish that lands in a day, and these units take at least maximum of drying at 500 kilograms. That's mean we still have more than 4 tons and 500 kgs that is still exposed to the open drying, which is still having a risk of poor quality, and it's almost exposed to dust and whatever, animal waste and birds. So I'm appealing to the project founder, at least if you can have more units in day, that will help us a lot. Thank you.
Okay, we talked about the fish being nutritious. We also talked about socioeconomic factors which are impeding consumption. Among us here, we have a lady from all the way from Toroko, landing site. I don't know if Betty, you are around. We would like to hear from Betty, her experience also.
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning. My name is Masibet Tembe. I'm from Ntoroko Fish landing site in Ntoroko district, Western Uganda. I'm one of the beneficiaries of this project, NutriFish project. And I have my colleagues here, but before I share the experience as a team, but I want to share my personal experience. I'm born at the lake, and I grew up from there, but I'd never eaten mukene. If you asked me the reasons, I don't have serious reasons. Just because I would see they're small fishes and the preservation method, so I'd never. But in 2021 May, when I interfaced with the NutriFish project, we were for a training. So the facilitators had a demonstration for us. And I think they really met most of the objectives, because they were like, me, I sat at the back when people were testing that mukene, and I was like, me, I'm not the mukene person. But one of the facilitators kept calling us one by one. And me, I was seated, she was like, Betty, come and pick your part. So I came and picked a little, but when I was testing it, I felt like asking for more and more. So from that training, when I went back home, from that day to date, I enjoy mukene. And actually, I have a small business, a bar. I even give to my customers. You know, I earn between 20 and 40,000 every day. It helps me even pay my people who work in the bar. So it's a good business. I just wanted to share that. Then as a team, since the project emphasized on gender part of it, when we went back, remember, we were invited as traders in mukene, but also to go and be the champions. So when we went back, we formed ourselves into a group of 5 women. One of the colleagues is here, Aisha. So we're like, we buy this mukene from men who do this business. Can't we really own our own boats and start this? Much as there are a lot of fear we had, of how we would monitor, because at the end of it all, we can't go fishing. We have to have some other people who do fishing for us. But as we said, let's give it a try. But I want to testify and tell you people that the profits we get now are not the same as the profits we used to get. Remember, you buy a big basin at 40,000. By then, it's now at 60. By then, 40,000. After drying it, you sell it at 60. But now, since you own the boat, there's an agreement with your workers. They sell you that basin at 30,000 or 40 or 25, and then you sell it at the same price as the other people who buy from other boats. And this, we now, at least as a group, as we started 5 of us, at least every month, a member is able to earn 3 million, at least, compared to the other time when you'd find in a month, you only have maybe like at most 500 because of the technicalities involved. Then we also realized that Mukene business needs a lot of money. And you know, as women, we don't have those things that would mortgage, go for a loan and have a bigger business. But we want to thank government that we took advantage of some programs that are in our community. We formed into a group of 7 people and got money from UWEP, the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program. They gave us 8.6. So it also helped to boost our capital. We are now a group of 14 members, and 5 of us have their own boats. I mean, you buy your own boat. And the rest of the members, we are still hiring from other people, but still we are owning the business. So I'm so thankful to NutriFish project, one, for transforming us, giving us that courage that much as we've not gone fishing per se, but we are planning to, if we get an opportunity, we would go ourselves because we think we can do it. But at least we are doing better. And finally, I want to challenge all of us who are on this project, who have been on this project. If you have not tested Mukene yourself, then do. Maybe you'd be having reasons like the ones I had, but I want to tell you for nutrition reasons, Mukene is good. And remember, if you want to preach the gospel, you have to believe in it first and practice it before other people do. So if you have not eaten Mukene, I think this evening, just do it so that everything we talk about small fishes comes from our inside, because we will know the benefit starts with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Betty. In case you are doubting, we are emphasizing that the project also developed a cookbook so that those people who run away from Mukene but like internet can download this book for free. Okay, you don't have to pay anything. So we, I think, just a moment, I need to share my screen again. Okay, this is the cookbook which was developed by the project, and we are very grateful to the Minister of State for Fisheries because he endorsed this cookbook and he signed the forward, and this book is available on our project website, and it has garnered a lot of interest, and I urge you, as Betty has said, to download this book. Some of you know Ugandan food. Have you tasted Mukene Luombo before? There's also Mukene omelette, so it's very rich and it's providing a lot of nutrients. We've trained about 85 community members, both men and women, in how to prepare some of these recipes. To further increase awareness on the nutritional importance of these small fishes, the project also undertook radio-based campaigns. So we reached more than 12 million people, and this is helping us to change the mentality that actually these fish are for other animals and are for poor people. So I'm encouraging you to really get into eating these small fishes. We also did awareness training. We trained about 300 plus people, and 200 of these were women. And because of this training, which was interspersed with other gender transformative activities, we see now domestic violence is dropping, by about 30%. If you went to this landing site, you will find that domestic violence is actually the order of the day. The number of women in fish value chain, engaged in fish value chain, has also increased, like Betty has said. And more couples are now making decisions together, which was not the case before. And the number of men carrying out household activities has also increased by about 20%. Now, I want you to listen to this lady from Chikondo, and I request that she comes with a translator. Her story has touched us as a project, and I want us to share it with you today. So, Peter, you want to come with her? Is she around? Okay, so you come and translate.
My fellow brothers and sisters, I'm so grateful to be in this place. I am happy to see you today. She's also thankful for these people who have arranged this place. She's Teresa from Chikondo, Buyukwe district. I have come here to testify. I was the lady whom they call someone who don't have what to do, or a foolish lady. She was just seated. She had no work to do. Given the fact that she was understanding. She was not a zonto, but someone with a sound mind. She went into a deplorable condition. She was unable to support herself. She was in the house. She didn't want to go out of the house. In that condition, she had children who wanted her support, even to go to school. That condition which affected me gave me bad minds on my side. She has a husband. Each one was resembling the other. There was no support from both sides. They started complaining, and they had a blame game on one another. Then she wanted to divorce or to hang herself. Or if I cook food, I don't give my husband because he's not bothering. In that situation which I was in with the family, so when these NutriFish trainees they came when they came in the village to create awareness about
waliwo ekiri eno
some new information.
kati ne wabaawo omukyalo omu gwe bayita Madiina
There was one lady who attended, I think, the workshop of the NutriFish.
najja n'anyumizaako okwo
He came to her and shared about what she had learned from NutriFish.
nasituka
She stood.
nasituka era nga saagala kintu kyonna nga nekyaye bulamu bwange.
So when that lady Madina went to her, she saw that basing on the condition she is in, she was not feeling okay.
ne ŋŋamba mala gagenda.
So she just went for just going there.
abasomesa bange ne batandika okutusomesa.
So there were some teachers who were there. They started teaching them.
Baatusomesa kyokka kale munda yaabwe baali basomesa naye munda yaabwe baalinga abazadde.
So they were their teachers, but in them they were fathers and mothers.
kubanga bansanga nga nekyaye naye okumanya nti baali bazadde bankwata bulungi ne bambembereza n'enkikiriza kye baali basomesa.
So they counseled her from the condition she was in, and then she agreed.
omutima gwange ne gusumulukuka ne ntandika okubanyumizaako embeera gye mpitamu.
Her heart was relieved, and then she started sharing with them the condition she's facing.
Somesa wange Mary n'aŋŋamba nedda Teddy.
Her teacher Nelly told her that
okwetta si ye answer
if you kill yourself is not the answer.
oba okunoba si ye answer.
To divorce is not the answer.
just obulwamu kati
You still have something which is missing from you
okutandika okukola.
to start working.
Eriyo abakyala bayimiriza amaka gaabwe nga teriiko n'omukono gw'omwami.
There are some ladies who support their families without the hand of the husband.
nantunuzaamu embeera y'abaana bange singa oba ofudde singa oba onoobya abaana ogenda baleka otya.
He counseled her that if you die, how are you going to leave your children?
kyokka nange ne nfumiitirizaamu ne ŋŋamba kangezeeko.
She also reflected about that, and then she said, let me try.
bwe nagezaako ne ntandika okulaba enjawulo mu bulamu bwange.
When she tried, then she started seeing some improvement in her life.
ne neekwata ku bakyala abaanisi ba Mukene.
He joined those ladies, the Mukene processors,
era ne banteekamu ekirowoozo ekyokuseevinga.
and then they encouraged her to save in some saving groups.
bwe ntyo ne ntandika okunyumirwa obulamu.
Then she started enjoying the life.
nange ne ntandika okulaba ebitaano biri awo ebyange.
Then he started seeing some money for her.
ne ntandika okuyaayaana nga bakomawo ddi.
And then she was feeling in her that when are the teachers coming back?
kale bwe ntyo n'abaana bange ne batandika okusoma.
Even her children started going to school.
omwami
The husband,
obusungu ne busigala ku mwami we mulaba nga nzimba omutima.
she was annoyed on the side of the husband. Whenever she see the husband, then again she becomes,
jjukira sirina kapito neekutteko nga nkola ddeya nsombera abantu mu
she
Kenya.
doesn't have capital, but she started assisting her fellow ladies who were involved in that Mukene processing.
kyokka akatini k'ofunye kyokka naye aze atudde akaagadde.
For the small amount she has got, even the husband has come to share with that small amount she has got.
omutima ne gugamba nti kakati essaawa y'okufumbafumba mangu oli okutta ebintu ajja asange ng'omaze okulya.
No, let's start saying that let me just cook speedily so that when he comes, when I have finished, and even I have finished washing the plates and the saucepan.
Munnange ebyakatonda bizibu. ebyakatonda bizibu.
As you know, for God's blessing,
oyinza okukola kuteekateeka buli kimu kyonna kyonna emmere weejjira bw'oti waatuukira.
you can arrange that let me just eat speedily so that I will not give him. But in that duration of cooking, then the husband arrives.
ne binsobera naye namala gamuwa.
He just gives the husband because he doesn't have what to do.
kati muli ne netandika okwebuulirira ne ŋŋamba ye munnange oli omukyala talina omwami ye ayimirizawo atya amaka ge.
She started counseling herself that there is a lady who doesn't have the husband. How can she support the family?
Kati ye ne mubalira mu gurupu y'abaana bw'ajja muwa.
Now she started counting the husband in the group of the children. So when he comes and he gives.
Neeyongera okwekolera emirimu gyange.
She continued doing her work.
Era neebaza nnyo abasomesa bange.
She is so thankful to the teachers.
Mbasaba tubakubireko mu ngalo.
Nelly and the group.
Era tusaba mweyongera okutukyalira.
She's requesting the team, NutriFish team, to continuously visit these ladies.
Singa si basomesa abo leero sandibadde leero waneeno.
If it was not you, NutriFish team, I think this lady would not have been here.
Bingi naye kankomaawo.
Due to the interest of time, she's ending now.
Mwebale nnyo.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. As NutriFish, when we hear such stories, it makes us happy. It makes us believe we are contributing in our own small way to improving the lives of our vulnerable people. And we had actually 6 of these people, but in the interest of time, I will show them to you. You will come and listen to them at break time. I request that I finish because we've passed the time we were allocated. We also our final objective was capacity building, and we did this capacity building at 2 levels, at institutional level and also training the value chain actors. So this project supported 4 PhD students, 3 females and 1 male, and the 3 of them were trained through Makerere, and 1 of them was trained through McGill University in Canada. And I'm happy to report that on 17th of this month, she successfully defended her PhD. And she sent us the report. The examiners were giving glowing report on her dissertation, which was focusing on gender issues and food security. We'll share that report with you if you are interested. We also supported 4 MSc students, 2 females and 2 males. And we also had some of these people, because of the training we gave them, they are now winning grants and they are winning awards. In this picture here are 2 of our PhD students who are in this room. I just want to ask them to stand up for recognition, Herbert and Juliet. They won the 1st and 2nd best awards for oral presentations in the international small-scale fisheries, which took place last year. The students are also now applying for grants. In fact, Juliet has just won 2 grants after this NutriFish. So I think the skills we are giving them is actually equipping them to be better scientists in future. We trained the champions, and I think we'll hear from these champions if we have time. I'll just skip that. Now, we faced some challenges which I will want to quickly highlight when we were implementing this project. The COVID-19 restriction, I think, applied to everybody. And to circumvent this, we actually adopted the new normal of working online. So we never stopped with our meetings. We never stopped with the reports. We did our work through the COVID time. There were also some delays in disbursement, which affected the project activities, and the procurement process was at times lengthy, which affected our work. However, there are opportunities. We've seen that there's high stakeholder interest in this project from various fields. We have also enhanced human capacity. Now we have trained people in the communities. We don't have to be there ourselves. They can do the work for us. We also have wide consumer acceptance of these products, which we have been working on, that you will see this afternoon when they are launched. And finally, what are our recommendations from the 3+ years of implementing this project? and this is mainly to the donor representative. We see that there is a need for adopting the ECAS system. This ECAS system works in a way that people on the ground transmit data using mobile phones. The scientists who are responsible for this information usually do it twice a year. But if we can do it almost near real time, and then I think we need to upscale this to other places. Fish is nutritious. So we are recommending that small fishes be included in the nutrition and health interventions. We find that usually health policies don't include fish, and fisheries policies do not consider health. I think that will come in the afternoon when we have the panel discussion. The third thing is we need to upscale these technologies that the NutriFish project has piloted, including the solar tent dryer, including a small bucket that we've tried to use to prevent fish going bad during fishing. Now, the gender issue, like you've heard the stories, is very key. So we are advocating for deliberate and sustainable gender transformative actions, which are needed for helping us to solve the social and behavioral change issue. The issue of attitude is not going to be turned 360 degrees in no time. It requires time. We want to work with these groups. We want to continue to help them so that they can be able to help themselves. There are also new opportunities to strengthen capacity of the women groups. We've done some work, but these women still need greater access to capital. They need training on post-harvest processing, business management, and market linkages. Finally, we will not achieve all this without financial resources. So if I can be Oliver Twist, please, we need a second phase, we need a third phase, so that we can transform our communities, we can transform our small fishery, and we can transform our country and our world. With that, I would like to end by thanking the partners. This project was implemented by Makerere University. With Nafiri, we have the PI Nafiri with us. I would just want to ask her to stand for recognition. And the Nafiri team, please stand up for recognition. Nafiri, the team from Nafiri will want to see you. They are right behind. We also had Nutriel, the private sector partner. This was a public-private partnership. That's why we did the science and Nutriel did the formulation of the product. And we have the co-PI from Nutriel and her co-director who will request you to stand for recognition. I know people will see you later with the products, but for now. We also had McGill as a partner, but because of the timing difference, they have not joined us, but they are with us. Above all, I would like to thank IDRC and ASIA for saying NutriFish, out of 576 concepts received, and 10, I think 11 shortlisted, they gave only 4, and NutriFish was among them. We are extremely grateful to you, IDRC, and we are privileged to have a representative with us to take our gratitude back to IDRC. I apologize for the long time we've taken. I think the testimonies were really key. I thank you all, and I wish you all a good stay with us. Thank you.
A much bigger hand clap, please, for Dr. Jackson Efitri and for the beneficiaries. I was just sharing with my co-facilitator that when I came here earlier, people were a little, you know, they hadn't loosened up, and we blamed it on the weather. Now the sun has come out. We expect the smiles and the louder hand claps. If you look at our program, we have some time for a Q&A. Is there something that you have heard and you'd like to hear more about concerning this project? Dr. Jackson ended by saying that if it were him, he would request for a second phase. For me, I think he's being really modest. Me, I would ask for a way to make this a program. The ministry is here, the funders are here. You know, this should be a program. Small fish is really underrepresented. It's in fact, I think the word should be underutilized. Even in the SDGs, it's not recognized properly. And yet, we see that you need just 2 spoons a day of a mukene, and your child is catered for. Eh? And also there was a mention of people here also who might be suffering from malnutrition, because they said that 30% of women, is it? So we count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The last 3 are malnourished. They need mukene. I'm sure that there are people here who need it. So please make sure that you have at least some mukene today, so that you don't fall within that category. And I had all the benefits, you know, the zinc, the men and zinc, it's been talked about quite a lot. Eh? This is a very good source that we should utilize. Do we have anyone who would like to just say something, hear more about the testimonies? Yes, we can have a microphone over to that gentleman on the 7th row, I believe. As the microphone goes over to them, I would like to just recognize some of the members of the project team. There are those who are outside, but Dr. Dorothy Nachimbugwe will have to stand again. Dr. Odong, you're a partner in Neutral, right? So you stand again. Dr. Odong Robinson has stand. Dr. Masete Margaret, is she here? Let her also stand. These are the people who are out there training, and as you can see, not only did it help with nutrition, even family problems were solved. So if you have a family problem, there's a team here. Please, sir.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr.
Ronald.
Yeah. And I would also want to congratulate Dr. Jackson for the quite an informative presentation as well as testimony shared. I am Dr. Nicholas Mukisa from the National Renewable Energy Platform of the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development. I'm surprised you are not recognized. I was about to go, but you said you will be recognized later. That's on a lighter note. I would want to congratulate the participants or the key players in this project for such, first of all, the 5 high-value nutritious products that you've come up with. I pray that you make more, take up more ventures to popularize them, because I suppose most of these are known by the players in the project and maybe university as well as communities we've worked with. But I believe they could even maybe another source of income beyond the project. You talked about the solar tent dryers, and this is my area of interest, coming from the background of energy. You said by using solar dryers, these fishing communities have an increase or a double in their income. You said from $1 to about $2. I would want to know, does that take into account the cost of establishing a solar dryer, or you do not take into consideration the costs incurred in putting up a solar dryer? Also, the arrangements of these solar dryers, because the project is ending, as you've mentioned, it's a 3.5 years project which is coming to an end. How are we looking at continuity beyond the project life? Is there any room for sustainability? Because many projects of this kind report very wonderful results at the end of their lifespan, but 1 year or 2 years later, you'll find even the pilot dryer you put in the place is no longer existent. How can we guarantee continuity beyond that? Last is about the ecosystem. You're looking at post-harvest handling, but I think we need also to incorporate in from the point of harvesting, post-harvest, and then the market. This is why we may be bringing the financing institutions like banks. I remember one of the ladies from who was testifying, she mentioned they still have a challenge of funding. And I think if you had incorporated in aspects of banks that could give just and patient loans to these fishing communities would have a bit of guarantee so that the product that is produced is also directly connected to the customers. That's why I'm bringing the aspect of ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to have a lady, because I just have one more. Is there a lady who would like to say something? Because we are going to have a session later on where we will really explore all these things. But I just want to have a feel, you know, hear the voices also. There's a lady over there. Yes, just take a microphone over to her. The gentleman who had put up your hands, don't worry, the time will come. We are going to have the opening remarks from our guests, and then we will have a session where we'll interact properly. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Rita Amolo Chintu is my name, from Uganda National Women's Fish Organization. Now, mine are not independent, but to share regarding what the previous questions were, about solar dryer continuity. There are partners that have already expressed interest in continuing the development of these technologies. We have GIZ that has supported Uganda National Women's Fish Organization to acquire some of these equipment, and also other organizations, other women fish processors out there. Uganda National Women's Fish Organization is limited by guarantee, so not for profit, but brings women together engaged in anything to do with fish business, so as to connect them to sources of this support. So we already know a few that would be more than willing to help out. And when it comes to ecosystem, markets, funding, maybe the bankers should speak about that, because as Uganda National Women, we have tried to go out to look for such funding for our members, who happen to be about 2 million countrywide, organized in over 300 groups. But the problem is that when you find things like COVID Recovery Fund, you find things like agriculture facilities that are being told to us by the government, by the central bank, that they are very low on interest rate. When we reach the banks, they tell us we are misinformed. They tell us the bank does, the central government is not telling us everything about it, but the central government insists these are very low on interest. So if there are any bankers here, we would be happy to hear more on that, and hopefully allow us quote you when we go back to these banks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I realize the people who have spoken are those that I did not introduce properly. Uganda National Women's Fish Organization, you're welcome. Thank you. And gentleman from Ministry of Energy, is there anyone else with you? Okay, you're the only one representing for now. Thank you, welcome. Dr. Jackson Efitri, would you like to come and respond to some of these remarks?
So, please, if you would like to come and respond to some of this. The issue of finance, I can say something on that. I deliberately left some things out because they are going to be covered in the panel discussion. So you will hear more about this, and I think there are banks, there are other financial institutions, but there's also the group saving, which we have seen can do wonders. So we'll hear about the finances later, and the person is looking at me and smiling. So I think she will address that. Thank you. Ecosystems. It was, okay. So then, Margaret, the solar tents, the sustainability or continuity, okay. And when it is, when you say $1 to $2 increase in the cost per kilo, is it incorporating or taking into account the cost of constructing?
Yeah, thank you so much. what we did was that when you use a solar tent and we get our products, it's possible that you can sell your products at niche markets, which are giving you $5 per kilo. And when you work throughout for a year, it's possible that you can recover and actually replicate these units. So it's possible when you have a target market that allows you to sell at a higher price than the ordinary. And then with saving, it's possible to replicate these units within a year. So it's possible that we can do this. And the reason is the small fishes dried in a solar tent are sand-free. They do not have the fish odor, the smell. You see, when you see the trucks passing, you say, oh, that is kind of passing. But with this, it's because we get the fish right from the water, pre-treat it before we put in the solar tent. And so it does not have the off flavors. And therefore, you can target a niche market. And that's why the price goes up by double. And you can replicate this at a fish landing by the fishers themselves. Thank you.
Just a quick addition before we miss it. We are also, as a project, thinking about developing business models for replicating. So we want to do horizontal and vertical upscaling. Horizontal meaning taking the solar tent to more places, and vertical in the structure of the fisheries sector. So we can explore, for example, if a private sector person wants to construct these tents and rent them out so that people who dry in them can pay a fee. So that is something. Or since the Directorate of Fisheries Resources is here, they could take this up and put it in their program so that government can actually take up construction of these tents for the processors. That's also another thing. Or the groups themselves can save and construct tents of their own. In that case, it's only group members who will use it. And if you are not a group member, then you pay something. So I think that's another project.
Okay, thank you very much. I think, thank you for those responses. I'm going to invite my co-facilitator to take over for the next session. We've had quite a number of things. People have talked about government, the funders, etc., etc. Now we are going to listen to their remarks, their remarks concerning what's being taking place today. So Dr. Anthony, please give him a warm hand clap. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my brother Ronald. And as I come on, you see the challenge. As he moves away, somebody has to come and adjust the microphone. But you know that what that means. It happens that when you compare with the height, he is vertically disadvantaged. But you know the problem with short people, they want to talk a lot. But I will make sure that I do what? I emulate what he has done and I don't talk a lot. Now we are going to start and go into a session where we are going to have panel not panel discussion, but we are having now opening remarks from our leaders. But before I go to the leaders, let me also recognize my brother Patrick Kamara, who is going to moderate the next session. So he officially joins our team. Patrick Kamara is here, is going to moderate the panel discussion, and please wave to the people. You know, Patrick Kamara is very well known in one of our common televisions. You'll always see him, and he's going to do the job here. So at this juncture now, I'm going to humbly, with all humility, invite our dear guests to come and take over the seat. I will go as arranged here. And I begin, I hope, in order to address these people, I want these seats also to a bit be utilized. So I want to begin by inviting the principal of College of Natural Sciences, kindly come, Professor, Associate Professor, and take over a seat. Let him be followed by a representative from IDRC. May I have Mrs. Massey, if you are there, please kindly take the seat. Let's have the representative of the Director General of NARO, the representative of Dr. Ambrose Agona, and I suppose it must be the Director Nafiri, Dr. Winnie Kaluwo. I also invite the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe, who is representing the Vice Chancellor. So since we have the principal, if the Vice Chancellor is not representing the principal, we'll have to do both by virtue of your position, sir. Let me then invite the representative of the Director of Fisheries Resources, who is representing yes, I've been informed, not coming to me, that the Vice Chancellor's representative will join us a bit later. Probably we shall give him an opportunity to give remarks at the next session after the photos, probably before we do the panel discussion. Thank you very much for that information. So anybody representing DFR, before I invite the minister? The same person? Okay, then I now take this singular honor to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, here being represented by the Acting Director of Fisheries Directorate, my brother Tom Bukenya. Kindly come and join us over here. So, Dr. Winnie, kindly move to the next one so that now we have, we don't want the minister to be at the extreme end alone. Let's try to arrange our seating because we thought we would fill the chairs, but we could not. Very good. Now we have our guests here and we are going to, it is time to give them opportunity to give their remarks. And my colleagues in the technology, I hope the microphones there do not shame me. I hope they work. Let's go by having the first remarks from our dear host. You are the host as the principal of the college that has invited us here. Kindly take off and give your remarks, sir.
You will allow me to write on the protocol that was clearly laid by Dr. Leonard Semialo and Dr. Efitre Jackson. I have 5 minutes according to the program, and so that's why I'm doing that, and also to avoid making errors, unnecessary errors. My name's Juma Kasozi. I'm the Deputy Principal of College of Natural Sciences, Makerere University. I bring you apologies of the principal, Professor Ileta. He actually planned to come, but at 8:15, he was called into an urgent management meeting of Makerere University. So they are in council room. This project is well anchored into Makerere University and in the college. In the College of Natural Sciences, the project is in the Department of Zoology, Entomology, and Fisheries Sciences, headed by the head of department, Dr. Eric Sande. Dr. Eric Sande, are you present? not here. And you allow me to recognize the line dean, Professor Arthur Tugume, who is present. Very, very important people, because if those do not bless any project, then it will be destined to fail. Thank you, the head and the dean. The project is in all directions of the core functions of the university, and hence the College of Natural Sciences. And these are teaching, research, and community engagement. As we've all heard, 6 state champions have been trained, and these are training of trainers. I note that the gender considerations or perspectives have been carried along all the way through. The trainers, the 6 state champions, have trained 415 women and 245 men. I don't know whether the gender was well balanced there, but that is it. We've also trained 3 female PhDs and 1 male, 2 MSCs female and 2 MSCs male. So that's on the side of teaching and research. We have publications arising therefrom. At Makerere, to graduate, you need at least 2 publications. So these 4 PhDs times 2, at the minimum, those are already 8 publications. The college and the university uses these publications in the world ranking, and therefore the project is contributing again along that line. Yes, again on research and innovation as part of the core functions of the university, and hence corners. We have the 5 products that were displayed, and the other innovations, as we've all heard and listened to the principal investigator, Jackson Efitri. Now, what I've liked most is the community engagement, in that the project has ended up impacting onto the community and carried the community along, even in this room. Many projects, once they get data and information from Wananchi, they never go back. But we are all witnesses that the project has carried the community along. And I wish the Vice Chancellor was here to listen to this. Yes, we've disseminated your results into conferences, and some of our presenters won awards at these conferences. This is another plus. Now, the university is moving into research that culminates into products for patenting and commercial value. We are no longer ending at, research. You publish a paper and that's it. No, we want to go further and develop products for the market. Yes, I want to thank the co-PIs, so Naferi, Nusri, McGill, I hope I'm pronouncing this well, Dr. Fitri. But allow me in a special way to thank the PIs. Dr. Efitri and Dr. Professor Nachimbugwe, thank you very much for these initiatives. And thank you for the resilience. As we can see, the project started in April 2019 and is closing soon this year, this month. So those were the COVID times, but they did not give up. They went through the COVID times and did the implementation. Thank you very much for that resilience. Yes, I want to thank the funders, the Australian government and the Cultivate Africa project, and the International Development Research Center, IDRC, for providing funding, and also to remind you that Dr. Efitri was clear and emphatic that a next phase, non-COVID phase, and maybe a third one would move the communities to heights. I want to thank the organizers of this event, of the running around. I know the PIs were involved, and other colleagues. Thank you. It's not easy to get all things in place and have such a wonderful event. Now the audience, thank you for coming. I did notice that Madame Stella Mbabazi is in the house. We're on the fish project together. Thank you, visitors to Makerere University. We are humbled, and please come again. Some of you are not really visitors, you are just coming back home. Welcome back home.
Thank you.
And have a best stay today. I think I've used my 5 minutes. I always want to time myself so that I don't go beyond time. Otherwise, people will start saying that one, when you give them the microphone, they don't want to stop. Thank you very much for God and my country as we build for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Professor. And for at least timing yourself, as you said, the only unfortunate thing is that your time and mine were slightly different, but we take it as scientists, it is within the standard error. So we shall accept it. Thank you so much, and thank you very much for welcoming us and emphasizing the issue of having gender. You said it is being unbalanced, so to say. But let me tell you, when I happened to be part of the original PIs in this team, I was a part of the team when we were starting it before I moved on. But when we went for training in Nairobi, one of the persons from the IDRC said that if by the time of launching like today, gender is not visible, that's when we shall see her. But we are not going to see her. Now let's listen to the person from IDRC. You are most welcome, Madam Mercy.
Good morning. It's still morning. I know him as ATM. Could I request that I use that microphone, that stand, the podium itself rather than
Yeah, please come.
Yes, thank you.
Please come over.
Honorable Minister for State for Fisheries, represented by the Director, all government officials, Makerere community, our NutriFish team, and I'm going to say all protocols observed, as we say in Nairobi, to get away from not recognizing somebody. So I'm going to say all protocols observed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. My name is Mercy Rurie. Most of us say Ruri because it is written like that, but in my language, you have accents on some of those letters, and so it is Mercy Rurie, and I am very pleased to be here to represent the International Development Research Center of Canada. For those unfamiliar with IDRC, it is a crown corporation, so what you call parastatals, I think you call them here, and even in Kenya we call them parastatals. It's a crown corporation, and it is part of Canada's overseas development. Its mandate is very specific. It was set up as a research supporting organization, and so it supports research in the South, and undertaken by Southern researchers, and that research should lead to solutions in a context-specific setting that addresses the issues and the challenges in the South. So we use our Southern researchers. Sometimes we pair them up with Northern researchers, especially from Canada, to conduct research that addresses our specific challenges. And so in that way, we partner with research organizations. As here today, you've heard of NAFIRI, NARO, universities. Makerere has been a very big partner through the years. We partner with other funders, and so this particular project has been co-funded by the International Development Research Center and the Australian Centre for International Agricultural Research, or ACIAR, as Jackson is calling it, ACR is what we call it in short. And we also partner with government agencies, because in some of these projects, or in most of the projects that we undertake, government becomes the biggest supporter. It moves some of these products. It is the licensing body, the regulatory bodies that government. And so some of these products need a very big support and very big push from the government agencies. And so we like to partner, or we ask projects to partner with government agencies to be able to move some of these projects forward. Today's project, NutriFish, is addressing malnutrition. And malnutrition is a very crippling challenge, and especially for women and children, especially under 5s. And we have heard all the science and the background this morning from Jackson, very well elaborated. Thank you. And so I will not go into the details of this project, because we found it to be quite a fascinating project right from the start. As Dr. Ifitri mentioned, 530 almost concept notes came through, and then you have to assess all those 530, and we narrowed into 5 projects out of 530, and this was one of them. So you can see the intensity with which this project was undertaken. And malnutrition has a negative impact on growth, as we have heard this morning. It has negative impacts on cognitive development of children. It has an unnecessary burden on the healthcare system. You know, all manner of deficiencies, diseases, infections, eye problems, bone development. And this should otherwise not be. And so therefore we have an overburdening of the healthcare system that could use its resources to other bigger issues that come along. And also going with this malnutrition, we do have a loss of resources that could be used in other productive ways. So you spend a lot of money going into healthcare, spend a lot of time taking care of children, spend a lot of time treating disease that otherwise you shouldn't be. And so it takes a lot of time and it takes a lot of resources that otherwise should be spent in other productive sectors. And of course, all this leads to loss of opportunities, whether it's even jobs in the community. And this becomes a very crippling development challenge for developing countries, and more so countries in the South. So this particular project, NutriFish, represents the kind of project that really excites IDRC and ASEA. And that's because it is research in a specific context. It engages communities, people right down to the village, down to the landing sites. It brings together researchers in different capacities. It has brought together the private sector. It brings government and looks into critical ways to address the challenges that we find, and find innovative ways to address those challenges and find the solutions to address them. So we're not just funding research for research's sake so that we can do publications. We fund research that goes into use, that people can use, that communities can use to solve the problems, the urgent problems that they have in their communities. So we have been told this morning that in using these small fish, or what remains of the small fish after the main parts have been removed, means that nothing goes to waste in the fisheries sector. And so the essential nutrients are put back into ingredients and products that can be used, so baby foods, sauces, that we can use on a daily basis to achieve some of the nutrition that we require for everyday use. And so some of these also take very little time to cook. So like the fish sauce, Dorothy will tell you, takes very little time, so perhaps 10 minutes or so. And if you look today, our biggest challenge that is facing us on production is climate. And if we take 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes, if beans take 3 hours, 3 to 4 hours to cook, and then you have a product like the fish sauce that takes 10 minutes to cook, you save water, you save fuel, so you do a whole lot more with a whole lot less. And that helps our climate situation, and so protects the environment also. So you get an added bonus. In trying to fix nutrition, you also fix the environmental challenges. So this project offers us practical solutions to a myriad of problems, not just nutrition. When you couple that with an application, a digital application that monitors your fish catch, fishing, and so you have a resource that you can use for generations to come as you take care of that resource that is currently there. Put that together with a solar tent dryer, and you have a processing unit that gives you a very sanitary quality product, and so greater shelf life, which means you can sell it over time. You don't have to sell it today at a very low cost. And so you hit a few of the issues in the fisheries sector and in the fisheries value chain that you otherwise wouldn't without this particular innovation that has been put together very well by NutriFish. And so from the beginning, we saw the possibility to transform an entire value chain from production right down to consumption. And so when you have that chain and you have the multiplicity of partners that we have seen in this project, we at the back of our minds thought this will be a fantastic project with great results. And I don't think we can, the team did not disappoint. And so we want to thank the NutriFish team for putting together such a fantastic project right to the end. And that gives us, and that allows us to at least mention that Naro, Nafiri, Makerere, McGill, Nutril, and the Directorate of Fisheries, we actually commend your capacity to manage this project right to the end. And we take recognition of the fact that this project happened at a very difficult time in the world. So despite the COVID challenge, we saw a very resilient team, a team that really circled back very quickly. It's one of those projects that didn't give us quite a big challenge in terms of how do we manage a project in the face of COVID. They found the solutions to do it. They went digital, they tried to do all the questionnaires, everything that could be done within the environment that we were operating before things opened up. And we found it a much easier project to actually deal with during the COVID time. And so we want to thank all the partners for pulling together such a resilient team, and a team that can see beyond the current challenge to address a challenge further ahead, and one that would help us solve some of the pressing issues that we face today. But this morning we have had a few challenges. So people have asked, so what about financing for solar tent dryers? So what about a second or third phase? We have heard about how do we continue to manage the solar tent. We have heard about how financing is quite short in supply and how we need to take this project a little bit further. We at IDRC are actually recognize that this is one of the biggest problems or challenges that we face as an organization. And we are very cognizant of the fact that a lot of science is required before we actually deploy some of these technologies. So Dr. Efitri and Dr. Nachibungwe have put together a team that has taken a lot of time to do very good science. And we require that very good science to have a solid technology, a solid innovation, a solid method, a solid system that takes these products forward. Because without that science, then we don't have proper regulatory, we don't have standards, and we don't have the trademarks that we need to push these products forward. And so we recognize that the science part is really essential, but it takes a lot of time to do. And so we find ourselves caught at the end of the science in trying to deploy a technology at year 3 or year 4. And that we have come to recognize is quite problematic, even from an IDRC side. And so in developing the strategy for East and Southern Africa going forward, some of you, or most of you in the project have met our senior program specialist by the name of Dr. Edida Ampire, and she's developing the strategy for East and Southern Africa that recognizes some of these challenges that we have come across in the Cultivate Africa's Future program that has been running for the past 10 years, but this is phase 2 that has been going for 5 years. And we recognize that for us to be able to reach the scale that we need for these projects, that we need to give them a little bit more time and a little bit more resources to pull off what we know they can pull off and the potential that we see that they can pull off. And so in going forward, perhaps we shall see maybe a longer cycle of projects with a bit more, maybe larger funding systems that allows us to have our scientists do the science that is required and then deploy the technologies with enough time to do a larger scale uptake of these projects. And so we recognize the challenge, and we are taking up that challenge in the development of the next strategy so that we address the concerns that we are hearing everywhere, including here today, about the financing, about the time that it requires to do these technologies and to deploy them, and about continuing, because we've heard from the beneficiaries, and sometimes your eyes well up with tears in some of these testimonials. And I am just quite happy that the lady who spoke to us here about the family issues found a way out. because it would have been a very sad ending, Dr. Efitri, if it had turned out any other way. And so very, very happy that it turned out the way it did. And so we are cognizant of those issues, and we are cognizant of those challenges that projects face. And we have had the story or the request for phases. And going forward, perhaps that will be a very big part of developing the strategy for East and Southern Africa that might commence at the end of the year. So I want to say thank you to all our partners here today. We are really thankful that you stood the course, you ran the course of this project. To Dr. Efitri, whom I saw at the beginning of this project face to face, and then didn't see. We met virtually, we did online, we did, until you're thinking, when do we get to see some of these our researchers face to face? At least Dorothy we have seen from time to time, and that is good. Winnie, we've always seen you online also. Lauren, and the whole team for so ably steering this particular project to this particular point, and within a very difficult environment. So we want to thank you all for, as IDRC and as ASIA, we thank you for running this project and getting it to where it is. I don't know what goes from here, because we are still having that debate for East and Southern Africa, but I do keep saying that the products that have been developed in this project are very practical solutions. And so we know, like ECAS is not an application that ends when the project ends. That is an application that carries forward. The products developed by Nutriel and Dorothy, we know those are products that carry past the project, and so we can see some of this movement of these projects' products, and we do hope that we shall see them in the market, and we know ECAS will be used by government as well to monitor the fish catch. But I do want to say thank you to everybody who's been involved in this project, and to say thank you to Makerere for hosting today. I haven't been to Makerere for a while, but it has been great to be back and to see the school still standing strong. And so thank you for taking care of a very good school with a very good reputation. And thank you everybody for having been so resilient in carrying this project forward. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, IDRC. Really, Master, you have made our day. You have given your remarks. You have given us hope that there's light at the end of the tunnel. And as Makerere, I think we are always open. Yeah, last year we were just counting 100 years on, but still running, life and very strong. So now we want to move the next speaker. As I told you at the time when we were starting this project, this is one of the projects that was very difficult. I am glad the representative director, Deputy Director General, Representative Director General Naro, now what has come to pass. Madam Winnie, feel free to address from. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tabu. The Honorable Minister of State for Agriculture in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, here represented by the Acting Director, Directorate of Fisheries Resources. The Deputy Executive Secretary, LVFO. The Deputy Principal College, the Deputy Principal College of Natural Sciences, Makerere University. Various district local government staff, development partners present, the private sector, media, all invited guests in your designated capacities. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Winnie Nkalubo. I'm the Director of Research at the National Fisheries Resources Research Institute, NAFIRI, and I am here standing in for the Director General of NARO, who could not be with us here today due to other official engagements. So I will make his remarks as I was asked to. On behalf of NARO, it gives stakeholder engagement and to express our hearty welcome to you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for honoring our invitation. Permit me to state that as NARO, our overall goal is to enhance the contribution of agriculture research to sustainable agriculture productivity, economic growth, food security, wealth and job creation through generation and promotion of appropriate technologies, knowledge and information. NARO's core business is grounded in generation and promotion of technologies, innovations and management practices in the areas of crops, livestock, forestry, fishery, and the integration of indigenous knowledge with modern scientific methods. We have a 5-year strategic plan, and this strategic plan provides us direction for investing in agriculture research. NARO has since moved from just shifting focus from increasing agriculture production and productivity, but also to causing real societal, socio-economic transformation. And we strive to respond to the aspirations of Uganda as is enshrined in Vision 2040 that talks about transforming agriculture into a profitable, competitive, and sustainable sector of our economy. Our focus as NARO is towards agriculture transformation and sustainable agro-industrialization for increased commercialization and competitiveness of our agriculture products. NARO has a mission, and this mission is to innovate for sustainable agriculture transformation. All the investments we are making in terms of research, we aim to achieve an increase in agriculture technologies and innovations for food and nutrition security. I think we have heard this morning from the presenter, Dr. Efitri, about the innovations on this project. We want to increase research products and services for competitive markets and industry. So the niche for NARO is really the market and the industry over the next 5 years that ends in 24-25. We want to enhance access and sustainable utilization of by agricultural value chain actors. So some of the testimonies we've heard today, and embracing the technologies that we're generating is very encouraging, but also strengthening our capacity as NARO to coordinate and undertake and deliver agriculture research products and services. NAFIRI is one of NARO's public agriculture research institute that is actually mandated to generate, develop, and disseminate fisheries technologies for increased and sustainable fish production, conservation of fisheries genetic resources, water quality, and fish habitat. Key to note is that the research undertaken by NARO through NAFIRI actually is providing guidance to our first primary consumers, the Directorate of Fisheries Resources at MAIF, which is actually competent for monitoring and regulation of the fisheries sector in our country. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we have listened to the findings of research that was conducted by NARO in collaboration with Makerere University, Nutril, and McGill University on small fish. And I think to note is that, and we have heard that although this fish is very abundant and productive in our aquatic systems, it continues to be viewed as a low-value commodity that is only left to the fish meal industry, oil, and also used in animal feed. And yet, as we have heard this morning, it has a high content of macronutrients which are essential for combating deficiencies, particularly among the vulnerable groups. As NARO, we are grateful to the government of Uganda and also grateful to the governments of Canada and Australia through their funding agencies for supporting this study and the project. As we know that research in fisheries resources in Uganda is considered key when we talk of advancing the sector and propelling production and innovative technologies right from production to marketing of our fish. We also know that the fisheries sector has an enormous potential to contribute towards national development goals, to yielding benefits to communities, as we have heard from the testimonies, making entrance into the private sector. I think we have some exhibits from the private sector in what they're doing in as far as harvesting small fish is concerned. And the country, especially through improving our incomes, profits, and public revenues. Honorable Minister, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to end my speech by wishing you a memorable stay with us at this meeting. Thank you very much for listening.
Kindly join me in thanking all the first three presenters who have talked to us and given us remarks. Very good. Now I want to move to the chief guest who is going to launch our products. But I think before we know what we are going to do, let's invite here Professor Nachimbugwe to come and tell us what will exactly be done before he can address us, and we now move. I know we are launching two products, the book and the so you come and explain what will exactly be done. Then he addresses. When he finishes addressing, we move into that. Kindly, Professor.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon yet. Thank you so much for coming. We are delighted that you're here. And for us, this is a great highlight when we get to launch the products that we have worked on for so long and so hard. What we are actually going to do is to present the products. They're going to be brought in and put on the table over there where the cookbook is also sitting. And then at the right time, we will present those products to our chief guests. They will all hold them out. And then, with the remarks of the, after the remarks of the chief guest, he will declare them launched. So it's as simple as that, but very, very significant for us. Thank you so much for being a part of this.
Thank you very much. We now know exactly what we shall be doing. And now at this juncture, kindly allow me ask Dr. Winnie, who is representing our DG, to come and welcome the chief guests to give us our remarks. Your job is just to welcome him. Thank you so much. You know, it's too heavy for me now.
Thank you very much. My duty is very simple. The representative of the Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries in the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries kindly request that you come and address the audience. Thank you.
the representative of the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, the representative of the Director General NARO, the acting director, the principal, the principal, College of Natural Resources, Makerere University, Natural Sciences, the Deputy Executive Secretary, Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, the Deputy Executive Director, RIAFAO, that is Lake Edward Albert Fisheries and Aquaculture Organization, development partners, various district local government staff, investors and other private sector, the media, other invited guests in your designated capacities, ladies and gentlemen. Before I read this speech, allow me to first of all thank Dr. Ifitwe and the team for having invited me back home to Makerere University. I'm Mukasa Tombu, Kenya. Like I said, I'm one of the products of Makerere University. When I look around, I can see some of my lecturers, that is Dr. Sande there, Dr. Muyodi, can see Dr. Bakuneta, Dr. Masete, and also Dr. Ifitwe and the others whom I cannot recognize. Thank you so much. I'm feeling that now I'm at home. So now allow me to convey the message from the Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, who would like to be with us here, but this morning she was invited at State House for a cabinet meeting. So she had to call me and say that I stand in for her, and she gave me this message which I'm going to read, and also gave me powers to launch the products of the project. I'm going to read it as she gave it to me. I'm happy today to be part of the stakeholder engagement organized by Makerere University in collaboration with the National Fisheries Resource Research Institute of NARO, Nutri Limited, and Makerere University to learn more about the fisheries research interventions provided by the 4 partner institutions to address the challenges faced by the sector. Given the value of the fish in terms of exports, which now stands at approximately $177 million annually, and local economy, government has prioritized fish as a commodity in the agriculture sector strategic plan, which is a flagship for investment and development in the agriculture sector in line with the 3rd National Development Plan 3 that is being implemented since the financial year 2020-2021 to financial year 2024 to 2025. Through the agriculture sector strategic plan, promoting the fishery of small-scale pelagic fishes is one of the priorities of the ministry and is aimed at addressing issues of hunger and malnutrition to improve food security in Uganda and also to contribute on the livelihood of the fishing community. The small fishes are challenged with the various constraints along the different value chain modes that include harvesting, that is at production level, post-harvest handling, processing, marketing, and consumption. It is encouraging to note that findings from the research conducted by Makerere University and NARO in collaboration with the other partners and the stakeholders can provide solutions to some of these problems. We now have the Fisheries and Aquaculture Act 2022, which is going to provide an enabling environment within which to operate. We have already made strides in controlling the fishing effort and managing the illegalities on our lakes. In addition to demonstrating the profitability of fisheries through our partners and the private sector, I'm therefore happy that the project has been working closely with the private sector and other stakeholders to generate the appropriate technologies and necessary policies for enforcing the law. It is my hope that the presented interventions will address challenges of unsustainable harvest as well as post-harvest losses prevalent in the small pelagic species. For example, the clean energy harvesting innovations such as the use of solar lights is the key to increasing production and reducing contamination to fish catch and pollution to the environment. I've also been informed of the diverse products developed under this project to increase acceptability and consumption of small fishes by humans, which is a good intervention to improve nutrition security, particularly for the vulnerable groups. And this one will include children below 5 years, the elderly, and the pregnant women. I realized that two of the study lakes of the project, that is Lake Victoria and Albert, are transboundary and shared with our neighbors, that is Kenya, Tanzania, and Democratic Republic of Congo. We needed to share the project outputs with our neighbors through the existing regional bodies, that is Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, here represented by the Deputy Executive Secretary, and also Lake Victoria Fisheries and the Albert Fisheries and Aquaculture Organization, represented by Madame Joyce Nyeko, who is the Deputy Executive Director. The dissemination of project findings will contribute to harmonizing activities and ensuring sustainable management and utilization of the lake's resources. I take this opportunity to thank the funders of the project, the Canadian and the Australian governments, through their funding agencies, International Development Research Center and Australian Center for International Agricultural Research, respectively, for the support they have extended to undertake this research. In all that we must do, we need timely and accurate research information, strong collaborations, and partnership between development partners, public and private sector, so as to aid planning and implementation of the strategies that will make fisheries contribute more to the national economy, poverty eradication, and food security. With those, she said, for God and her country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister and the colleagues. Again, once again, a very big round clap for the Honorable Minister and allowing us to now move to the next session. And I can see the team is there. Kindly go ahead and now distribute the products to the high table as planned. Meanwhile, when we finish here, if you want to make any call, let it be local or international. You will take these steps here. There's very strong network up there. Just get these steps going up behind the auditorium. Then on your left, very strong network. 2, The Twitter handle for all our teams is just running down there on the screen. You will be able to pick it from there and you can proceed.
It looks like the Gantt here for you.
Now, photographers, the good thing with this type of product, we even allow Kabiriti to take a photograph. Okay, so come and lead us.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that moment when we are really, really delighted to present to you the different products that have come out of this project. Of course, we are extremely grateful for having entrusted Nutril to do this, and we are hoping and believing that they are going to be to match our vision of being a household name for nutrient-enhanced products, but also to contribute to the development of this country. So I think this is the time when we present them for launching. Dorothy?
So we all.
Just hold out a pack, please.
So ladies and gentlemen, among the products that we developed, one of the most exciting is an instant baby food, which the director is holding here. It is a fully cooked, nutritionally balanced product that doesn't need cooking. It's just dissolved in hot water and it's ready to eat. So with this, a mother can make a meal for her baby in less than a minute, really. And next to that, the representative from the minister is holding out a fish sauce that was mentioned. It's also fully cooked. It cooks in 10 minutes, and you only need that much time because you have to cook your onions and tomatoes. Otherwise, it's also fully cooked. And next to that, Mercy is holding a fish-enriched snack. We developed a range of snacks, but the most favorite was the bagia. So one is onion-flavored, and the other one is a mild chili for those with a hot tongue, and it's a favorite also. And next to that, we have a seasoning. So you're used to Royco, which I'm sad to say is mostly artificial flavors. This one is flavored with actual fish, mukene, so to flavor your dishes. Now you can eat vegetables that also have a bit of fish in them, and of course the nutrition. We also did a fish posho. I have to say it wasn't a big favorite, so it's not here today, but we have a range of 4 products which we now present to you. And at break time, you get a chance to taste the bagia, and then you can see the full exhibition at the table. So, Honorable Minister, please.
Okay, by the powers given to me by the given to me by the Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, I would like to declare and launch these various products of from the small fish officially launched, and they are now should go to the market for consumption. And I think all of us here, when we leave this place and we go there, I think we are going to benefit from the same. I declare.
Thank you, Honorable. We are now going to move there. I can assure you, in this hall, we have UNBS present. These all have the UNBS. Move closer. They all have UNBS stamp. And the person here has witnessed that actually it was put, it's not fake. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Again, a very big round clap for the Honorable Minister and the members who have launched. And congratulations to the team from Nutril Limited. We now see our science being turned into money. What they are now holding is no longer food, is money. But it is also nutrition for all of you. Thank you so much. So we now move to the book and go and launch the book also. Okay. So they are bringing the book. And now I wish you had prepared a good.
It's a pleasure and honor to have this cookbook launched today, and a lot of effort went into this. This lady standing right here, is an encyclopedia of how to prepare mukene in different ways. So this book, we sat with her and the other team members whom I would like to recognize. We took the photos, we compiled the book, and then it was forwarded to the minister for signing before we put it out. So I want to recognize the Makere team. NutriFish team Makere, I think you need to join us. Dr. Robinson, Dr. Peter Cole, and also Juliet, the PhD student. Anyone, not Ampa, if Ampa is around, and also Mary, another PhD student, to join us. Yeah, over to you.
Before I launch this one, first of all, I'd like to thank all those people who contributed to the development of this book. The team you see here, and maybe also others who might not be around. And with that one, I go back to say that by the powers still given to me by the Honourable Minister of State for Fisheries, I would like to use this opportunity to launch and declare this book for use by the public.
Take for more pictures. Thank you so much. Everybody now can get the final snap of the book that has been officially launched. And I want to request you to utilize it so that we can eat as much small fish as possible. We should eat the fish and not leave animals eat the fish. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Now, immediately we finish here, we are going out for a group photo and just a short break. Then when we come, we are going to go to the panelist session, and I will request Kamara will be taking over that. But before that, I have just received the speech of the Vice Chancellor Makerere University, Professor Nawangwe, who has said that he has been held, he thought he would make it and reach here, but he has requested me to hand it over to the principal, who will read when we come back. Here it is, sir. Thank you very much. So let's move out for the group photo session, and after which we come back for that important now panel discussion and the speech. Thank you. Where's the tea? Inside the room here. So when we come back immediately after let's keep time short, after the photo session, you come back in the auditorium, and behind there we have what? Some tea. Kindly pick tea, have tea as we take in those break, and I think it should take not more than 20 minutes. We have few. Not more than 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
the remainder of the program. If there are any outside who can hear me, please do come in. Professor Juma Kasozi, whenever you are ready, the podium is available.
I've been requested by the Vice Chancellor to read his speech at this event. And as I hinted earlier in the morning when I was giving apologies of the principal, they had an emergency management meeting. And he thought he would catch up. But I think it has taken longer than anticipated. So allow me to read this speech as written. The Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries, Minister of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries, representative of our development partners, the International Development Research Center of the Government of Canada, and the Australian Center for International Agricultural Research of the Government of Australia, the Director General, NARO, the Director of Fisheries Resources, the Executive Secretary Forum, the Executive Secretary, Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, the Principal College of Natural Sciences, Makerere University, the Dean School of Biosciences, the Head Department of Zoology, Entomology and Fisheries Sciences, NutriFish Implementing Partners, Makerere University, Department of Zoology, Entomology and Fisheries Sciences, the National Fisheries Resources Research Institute, NAFIRI, of the National Agricultural Research Organization, NARO, McGill University, Canada, and Nutri Limited, key stakeholders from the public and private sector, the media, beneficiaries and NutriFish champions, the students fraternity, Makerere University, invited guests in your respective capacities, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Makerere University and partners, and on my own behalf, I warmly welcome you to the Ivory Tower. On the 27th June 2019, I had the honor of officiating at the launch of the innovative harnessing
dietary nutrients of underutilized fish and fish processing byproducts to reduce micronutrient deficiencies among vulnerable groups in Uganda. NutriFish project at Golden Tulip Canary Hotel in Kampala. Today, I am again happy to witness the launch of project innovations and products. On behalf of Makerere University and on my own behalf, I wish to congratulate the NutriFish project upon the achievement of the set objectives. NutriFish brought together pillars of knowledge, research and academia, and the private sector, and addressed issues of maternal and child health, nutrition, and poverty reduction through a public-private partnership approach. Indeed, universities the world over are repositioning themselves to serve as hubs for research and innovation. Makerere University has been a leader in cutting-edge research and innovations that have contributed to national development and internationalization of the university through research partnerships with various universities and organizations, including the European Union, the World Bank, UNESCO, IDRC, ASEAN, CEDA, USAID, GIZ, NORAD, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and MasterCard Foundation. The project report shows that NutriFish successfully achieved her aims, especially to increase availability, accessibility, and consumption of underutilized small fishes and processing byproducts for sustainable food and nutrition security. NutriFish developed technologies and innovations that have helped to reduce fish losses, increase product quality and acceptability, and improve distribution of fish and fish-based products among populations living far from water bodies, thus demonstrating the role science can play in solving societal problems. Besides, the project also developed nutrient-dense fish-enriched foods that we'll be launching today. This is significant contribution to efforts targeting reduction in malnutrition among children and women in Uganda. The project also trained 8 graduate students who have gained valuable skills and knowledge, thus boosting critical human resource needs in the fisheries sector. NutriFish project objectives and achievements are well aligned with Makerere's research agenda, which among others include food, nutrition, and value addition, natural resources utilization and conservation, and health, infectious and lifestyle-related diseases, and cross-cutting issues of gender, appropriate technology, and staff development. The project activities were also in line with Makerere's current strategic plan 2020-2030, which aims at transforming the university into a research-led institution with a multifaceted research agenda, enhanced engagement with industry and business sector. As university management, we are happy that we provided conducive working conditions and facilities that enabled NutriFish and her partners successfully implement project activities. I'm excited with today's attendance of a broad range of key public and private sector stakeholders, project beneficiaries, and development partners. Your presence at this launch event is an indication of your commitment towards addressing key challenges of maternal and child health, malnutrition, and poverty in Uganda and beyond. We sincerely thank our implementing partners, NAFIRI, McGill University, and NutriFish Limited, who worked closely with us to effectively implement the NutriFish project. We also thank very much the different government ministries, departments, agencies, the donors, the private sector, and community members who supported us throughout the project implementation. It is my conviction and hope that the team of scientists who have successfully implemented the project will continue working together and indeed upscale the development technologies and innovations, thus improving the livelihood and nutrition of more people, especially the children and women of reproductive age. I would like to thank everyone for accepting our invitation to this event. I look forward to our continued collaboration to improve the quality of life of our vulnerable groups. It is now my pleasure to wish NutriFish Project's successful launch of innovations, stock products, and fruitful engagement with the various stakeholders present. We build for the future, for God and my country. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for the Vice Chancellor. Now we quickly move into the last session, and that's the panel discussion. We now want to move to the last part of our discussion, but before that, let us have these things out of the way. And I think time check, you can see how we are doing badly over time. So we are going to give you only 10 minutes to give away this, and then we hand over to Kamara, whom we shall beg also to use about 40 minutes, and then we are done. So, Dorothy, give away this in 10 minutes.
We will be very quick. On behalf of NutriFish Project, we would like to give out some of the products to our guests, and we will try to be very fast. So the first one will be the representative for IDRC and ASEA. Please, if you can just walk and then you get presented with. Next, we have the representative of the minister, the Directorate of Fisheries Resources. Okay. Next will be the representative of Director General, NARO. Following that will be the representative of the VC, Makerere University. I don't know if you will stay there because the next one was the Principal, College of Natural Sciences. I think you will come back. Next, we have the Deputy Executive Secretary, LIFAO, Lake Edward and Albert Fisheries and Aquaculture Organization. Hey, oh, you are repeating. Okay, okay. So that is the representative of the DG NARO. And then we will have the Deputy Executive Secretary, LIFAO. Next is the Deputy Executive Secretary, LVFO, who is also the MC and soon to be a panel member. So I think you should get 3. So we have Deputy Executive Secretary, LVFO. Next is a representative of Uganda National Bureau of Standards, if we have a representative, UNBS. And we also would like to acknowledge our MCs. So next is the tallest man in the building, Dr. Ronald Semialo, for the good job well done. And finally, the man who is going to take the next session, Mr. Patrick Kamara. You will receive your gift and then take off with the next session. Thank you very much.
I am standing between you and your lunch. It's not a very good thing to be in that kind of situation. But I've been given only 40 minutes, and I'm going to make sure I use only that. The Honorable Minister, the Vice Chancellor, Makerere University, Representative of the Director General Naro, our development partners, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Patrick Kamara, and my job today is to chair the discussion that we're going to have. I'm humbled by the invitation to come and share this very important discussion that we're going to have. What I know about our country, ladies and gentlemen, is that I think God placed us in the best part of the world. In fact, almost 100 years ago, a British citizen who later became prime minister, when he came to Entebbe and he saw the beauty of our country, he called it the Pearl of Africa, because of the natural endowments. However, we can be rich as we are, but still we find problems of malnutrition. You wonder, how can a country that is so gifted by nature also have problems of malnutrition? I want to thank you, Makerere University and the team, for having done your research, your innovation, because through research and innovation you add value to human life. And indeed you have done that. And that is evidenced in the testimonies that have been given this morning. Take, for example, the lady in Buikwe. She had given up her life. She was thinking of even divorcing, giving up on her marriage. She's thinking she's the rich of the earth. But you know, you have given her some kind of a comeback. She can have money, she can have confidence, she's hopeful about the future. Take about the gentleman from Chioga, you know, harvesting about 5 tons of fish every day. She only needs more of how she can maybe dry this fish and make more money. Think about my sister from Montoroko. Because of social negativity about small fish, she's now preaching the gospel of, you know, eating fish because it is nutritious. When I was growing up, I only knew mukene was medicine for measles. True, that's what I thought it was. And I've been talking to the PhD student, Juliet, who also said, yes, actually in her research she found something like that. When somebody has measles, you give them mukene. But I think there could be some nutrient value or vitamin there that we didn't know, but maybe the elders had that intangible wisdom they knew that was medicinal. No wonder there is somebody also who is, I think a lady from Day, or somebody who is sending this to hospitals. So there's a lot that we could do with this. And Makerere and whoever is concerned, if we can only scale it up, and I think that would be good. So I'm now going to invite the panelists so that they can add value to this discussion. These are men and women of substance. They have taken their time to understand the subject matter. When they talk, we shall listen to them, and then we shall have time to ask them questions. So let me invite them one by one. They will pass here, take their seats, maybe beginning with here as they continue. Beginning with the second from there. Our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is Director at the Directorate of Fisheries Resources, Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. He has extensive experience in fisheries control, regulation, and quality assurance spanning over 25 years. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we invite on the podium Mr. Tom Bukenya. I didn't want to say at the very beginning our chief guest. That's why you see I left the name so that you could clap later. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, holds a Bachelor's of Arts, Social Sciences at Makerere University. She has returned at her alma mater here in Kampala. She has a Master's in International Development Studies from the University of Bradford, UK, and many other training. She has extensive experience working with the governments, development partners, UN agencies, the private sector, and local communities across 12 countries in Africa, Europe, and Asia in many areas. Let us invite, with a round of applause, Nelly Badaru. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is the Director of Fisheries and Aquaculture Resources, Directorate of Fisheries Resources at MIFE. She's an accomplished fisheries scientist and manager. She holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Botany and Zoology, majoring in fisheries, and a Master of Science degree in Fisheries Policy and Planning from the Hull University, United Kingdom. She has worked with the fisheries sector for the last 34 years and has risen through the ranks to the post of Commissioner Aquaculture, Management and Development. Let us welcome, with a round of applause, Ms. Joyce Ikwaputi Nyeko. Our next panelist is from the Office of the Prime Minister. Let us welcome Boaz Musimenta. Our next panelist, ladies and gentlemen, is specialized in fast-moving consumer goods, nutrition, farmer and social marketing / business development. He holds a degree in food technology and nutrition. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome, with a round of applause, David Okumo. And last but not least, our next panelist is fish stock assessment scientist, graduated with a PhD in fisheries science at University of Iceland, Reykjavik, Iceland in 2014. In 2015, was appointed director of Natural Fisheries Resources Research Institute, an affiliate of the National Agricultural Research Organization in Entebbe, Uganda. He was the first PI of the NAFRI component of the NutriFish before leaving the institution in 2019. He was appointed Deputy Executive Secretary of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization of the East African Community, where he heads the programs and projects of the organization. He chaired the Regional Hydroacoustic Working Group between 2005 and 2016. He is currently the chairperson of the Lake Victoria Advisory Group. He has published widely in the area of fisheries science, particularly in fish stock assessment. Ladies and gentlemen, let's invite our last panelist to come on the stage, Mr. Anthony Tabu Munyaho. I'm going to give each one of them about 3 minutes. And after that, you will listen to them. We're going to have a plenary session. You'll put up your hand. I'll point to you. A microphone will be brought. And then you can ask your question. I'm only appealing to you to make it precise and concise so that at least we can have more views in a shorter time so that we don't take a lot of time here. So let me begin the firing of questions. But the most important thing is for you to listen so that you can also engage them and we add value to our panel discussion this evening. Let me begin with the big one, Mr. Tom Bukenya, who is also our chief guest this afternoon, because the issue of sustainable, management of small fisheries policy is a big issue. And we would want to hear from you what kind of enabling policy environment for adoption of market-driven technologies for small fishes, keeping in respect the issue of sustainability. Can you kindly press on the... Yes.
Thank you, moderator, for that interesting question. And also I thank the audience for being attentive. Now, I'm coming from the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. And we have a mission. And our mission is to transform agriculture from subsistence to commercial. And when I talk agriculture, fisheries is embedded there, because fisheries is the third component of the agriculture when we talk about crop, livestock, and fisheries. And when you look at the National Development Plan 3, we are implementing the program called agro-industrialization. And under agro-industrialization, we have pillars. And these pillars is where we program or we plan for the fisheries generally, including the small fisheries. Under this pillar, we have what we call production and productivity. And under this production and productivity, that is when we see that we ensure that the harvesting of these small fishes is sustainable. And how do we do it? We regulate using the various regulations, as I mentioned. Then we have also the other issue of value addition. And under value addition, as you saw here, we had a number of products. And under these products, the ministry, using different stakeholders, we promote a value addition of the different products. Some time back, like one of the stakeholders said that at one time no one wanted to eat mukene because it was smelling, it was just, that's food for maybe animals or poultry sector. And that's why you see that some of the, even some fishermen used even to put there deliberately the stones, because they thought that when you put stones in mukene, or that is going to make that it is wanted by the poultry in that way, not knowing that they were adulterating the
I would want to emphasize on that. That can you imagine that stones were deliberately being put in mukene?
Yeah.
Me, I thought was because of poor harvest handling that it gets contaminated. But this is intentional. Can you imagine?
Mm.
And why is that?
So during those days, it was intentional. But as we are coming in now, we are coming up with the different types of products. And that is, under that, we are promoting value addition using the different stakeholders, using private sector, using the smaller, using some of the programs like fish handling structures to see that at least no stone is getting into mukene. Then there is also another thing of the market competitiveness. Mukene is becoming very competitive now, and Lagoji on Lake Albert and Muziri. Basically because it is one of the products that is fetching a lot of money for Ugandans in the region. And when I talk about the region, you are talking about our neighbors, Congo and Sudan and other countries. We are trying to see that as we manage to penetrate the European Union and other markets on Nile Patch, we are developing the quality assurance standards to see that at least even in mukene, using the products you have seen here, that can also penetrate the international market. And this, using this agro-industrialization program, that is when we are going to realize that. Somebody was talking about financing. Another deliberate effort we want to look at is finance and insurance. And in this one, the ministry is working with a number of financial institutions, microfinance, and also the microfinance ministry, to see that at least the fisheries sector in general is being assisted, is being helped to acquire finances, because without finance...
Okay. Just one more that we want on this before we go to Nelly Badaru. The issue of electronic catch assessment technology, I'm sure it is helping in sustainability, but how would you want it to be scaled up so that we can use it more, the using of technology to assess our catch?
You realize that data is very important during planning. And right now, as we are talking, the amount of Mozili, the amount of Lagoji in Lake Albert, I think we don't know. Even the silverfish in Lake Victoria. So I think we are going to utilize that data to see that at least it helps us in planning. And during this planning, what are we going to do? It is going to help us to know how many people can sustainably fish those small fishes. And what are we going to do? We are going to register them using the data. And after registering them, we can give them licenses and also help them in one way or another to see that at least the small fishes are sustainably harvested when we have the basing on the data we are going to have from the e-cash. Actually, this is going to be very important for us, and we welcome it. Because right now the ministry is like, as far as the small fishes are concerned, it's like we are somehow guessing.
Thank you very much. A round of applause to Mr. Tombo Kenya. In your experience with working with the women in the fisheries department area, Madam Nelly Badaru, how can we have more women engage in this activity so that they can add value to their lives and more, and of course help their communities and help their country? The microphone is off.
Thank you. We're looking.
Nelly, that microphone is not well aligned to you, so some people won't hear you. It's on, but you are off mic in a bit.
Okay.
Okay.
That's better now.
Yes.
Okay, we're looking at this issue of women and gender. The good thing which the project did was to look at gender transformation. Because when we look at women alone, men shy off. So the project has been looking at the issue of both women and men. Now, there are key things which were found out at the baseline. That women are overworked. I think this we all know. Women wake up early, they go to sleep late. Women are not respected. There are gender-based violence, as you saw. And then for women to go to associate with other groups out there is very difficult. Even women joining groups, their husbands can't allow. And yet alone, as you heard this morning, they can't do much. They need to be together. So there are 5 areas, I think, which we can look at to get more women and also to get men to support their women to work together. Because when we get them together, then they're able to share roles. One is the issue of access. When we talk about access in the small fish value chain, access to what? We will want women to have access to resources. What are those resources which are so difficult to get? Physical resources, material resources. Not many women own boats. Not many women, as you heard, go to fish. Not many women have the equipment to be able to store their fish, cold or dry. Not many women have the access to buying drying racks, all that kind of thing. So if we are going to get more women, then we need to support them in those areas. We also need to support women in the area of their capacities to be able to do more. The project has started. But in the villages, you see, in the fishing communities, there are many women who didn't go to school. Can we add on a portion, something to do with functional adult literacy, so they are able to keep their books, simple things, and support their children? We are saying we want women not just to have access. We also want women to have access to finance. Somebody raised the issue of finance. What this project did was to let the women start circles in their group savings. And I'm so impressed that as we talk now, by December, groups which started with 68,000 or zero money are now talking about 3 million, 8 million in their groups, which means there is potential. All we need to do is to train them more. But we know that the facilities they need are expensive, and that's when we will go outside to be able to get financial assistance, like he said, to microfinance, soft loans or grants, to be able to support these women to get better. But also we need time. Women need time to have access to time. When we talk about time, the overburdening is when we want to bring men on board to be able to support them, take some of the chores so that they're able to relax and also concentrate on their businesses they're doing in this thing. But when we talk about access, it's not only access. Do women have control? That is critical, because many times women have user access. A woman will have access to go, the husband can say, go buy the fish, you can clean it, come, dry. When it is time for selling, they'll be hovering around to collect the proceeds. That is common in the landing sites. So what can we do differently to empower women to have control of those resources? That means they will need some technical training. They need to know about their rights so that they have control. Do women have ownership? It is one thing to be moving this fish from the lake to the drying to the market, but do they own? When you ask about ownership of things in their house, ownership of some of the properties, if a woman raises a voice, the man said, you were married here. We need to strengthen women's agency so that they are able to own assets. They are able to own the efforts they put in. Access is one. Two, what we'll need to do is to build their capacity, really. Those women, the issues of respect at their home, domestic violence, you know that when there is no money, when there is hunger, it is a vicious circle within the household. If we can address some of those issues, then women are going to come. But it also needs community sensitization. The other thing is the issue of putting women in decision making, enabling their capacity to be able to make decisions in their family and also outside. When you look at the fish value chain and the structure, the system which is on, the partners which are there, how many women at the different levels are actually there at the decision-making table? So what we need to do is to create that capacity so that the women are able to be at those tables, at the different systems. And also to be able to link the women. The issue of this, people drive there and get it cheaply. If they were aware of the Women Association, National Association for Women in Fishing, those are the groups which we would like to link them to. Influential groups we need to link them to. I think that will need to be a deliberate effort in the next stage.
Okay.
And also women's participation is critical. Participation at home, participation at the fishing value chain. I think we need to help to improve that. When they know their rights, when they know how to do these things, when they are in control, you will be very amazed what women can deliver for the fisheries people in this country. Lastly, I think we need to still, the issue of well-being has been overemphasized. All these products are supposed to ensure well-being. and the women are talking about it, I think more support in that area will help the women to come together. And lastly, I think that we now have women organizations littered everywhere. They need support to be able to give build their capacity in terms of strengthening their organization, in governance, in setting systems, so that they're able to walk to a bank with a straight face and be able to negotiate loans at which is comfortable to them. I think when we do those things, I'll be happy that we have access with control and ownership. We take them to the decision-making table, we allow them to participate, we improve our systems so that women are up there and we continue ensuring their well-being. I'll be happy.
Thank you, Nelly. A round of applause. Badaru. Madam Joyce, you know, I have seen conflicts, especially on Lake Albert, where you find Congolese fishermen harassing Ugandan fishermen and vice versa sometimes. So the question is...
Beneficiaries. So how do we... The right position should have been on the right to put a microphone when I'm looking at the moderator. But for me, when I came in this morning, I listened and I found out one missing link. I've heard the project has interfaced with the private sector. Everybody knows that fish, especially the small fish, Nkeje Mukene, are very high in terms of nutrient value. But all the socio-cultural issues that stop people from using them have been talked about. But for me, going forward, Mr. Kamara, is that how do we scale up this wonderful work that we have seen? I don't want to go into the details. The assumption is that now the small fish is available, it can be processed on an industrial scale. If the answer is in the negative, then we still have a job to do. Because when we raise awareness and then we cannot supply to meet the demand, then there will be a gap. At the Office of the Prime Minister, where we coordinate nutrition programming in this country, under the auspices of the Scaling Up Nutrition movement, we have platforms for engagement. One of them is the business platform. Now, how do we link this project to that business platform so that we can have processing of products or scaling up the adoption of this, scaling up the production of these already? How does industry partner with this project to make what we need from the small fishes available for the population? Because the science now has been done. NBS has proved that we shouldn't fear anymore the issues of aflatoxins as a result of poor post-harvest handling has been sorted. How do we scale up? So what I bring on the table is that I can link the business platform for the Scaling Up Nutrition movement with the project, and then a discussion follows to see how we can sustainably have these products on the market. If we can do that, then that would be a contribution that we shall have made as the Office of the Prime Minister.
Scaling up the market.
I think.
So let me bring that to David Okumu, because I think marketing is the area you understand best. We have a product, it is good, it has been certified by the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, it's available. So how do we scale it up? By marketing it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I actually have been in the business of marketing of fast-moving consumer goods for over 15 years.
Okay.
Working with some of the big distributors available in Uganda. Now, for a product to gain market and acceptability, we look at two factors. One is product availability and visibility, and then two, demand creation. So these are the two things that we're going to be looking at. For product placement and availability, we are going to be working with one of the leading distributors in Uganda that has got good experience in distribution and sales of fast-moving consumer goods. Already identified, and we are finalizing. We're in the final stages of starting the process. What we're going to do is we already have database with the customers. We're going to be looking at what I'm going to term as modern trade, which involves the hyper supermarkets. We're also going to work with the traditional trade, which involves the smaller supermarkets. And then we shall look at the retail shops or the dukas, so that availability is sorted, both at high end and even for the low end. And then we are also going to look at some other organizations like schools, orphanages. Actually, in our work with such organizations, we've had very good testimonies, where particularly we've had an orphanage called Sunrise, very many babies, and we've been able to supply them quite a number of products, and they've given us very good testimonies in the region. So we plan to cover the whole country.
Talking about the market in Uganda. How about the market out?
And only come up by making the pilots. And when the pilots are working very well, then the others are able to do it, to pick them up and then move to the next level. And that's how we shall be doing for this. And we have seen, there's an example which has been given here by the PI, that there is a project which has come up now to some. So when we pick those, we try to go through the structures of our partner states and ensure that it's being seen in other areas, and it is also being taken up to the level which comes.
A round of applause to the panelists this afternoon. You know, of course, they could have gone on and on and on, but in the interest of time, I was keeping it short.
Thank you.
And if you have a question to a specific person, please make it very clear.
For me, I think
answered by, probably I'll have to call Dr. Effetri to come and answer that question later. There's a gentleman right at the ready pillar there.
Thank you so much. My name is Arthur Tugume, and I'm the Dean of the School of Biosciences here. And this is quite a broad concern. It talks about food diversification. You do not need another COVID to remind you that you need to diversify the food resources, because in the 1980s, when the cassava mosaic disease hit our borders, we lost about dozens of people. Since we are going to be more than 100 Ugandans, and Ugandans we are doing very well at that, what would the government do to make sure we diversify the food resources, and we ensure that we put in our systems? Because if you don't have food, then it is worse than COVID. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Tugume. I think he's telling you we need to go insect. You should think about the nutrients from insects. I think that's why he's driving towards that. There is a lady at the back on the right side of the auditorium. So perhaps we increase on things like that. Can't imagine, you know.
Thank you very much. Rita Amolo again from Uganda National Women's Fish Organization. My first concern goes to Madame Nelly, where you mentioned that access to and all. My concern here is almost compulsory across the board of SACCOs and microfinances that their husbands have to consent to the access to this loan. When the husband consents, he definitely wants a share. that share he is not going to pay back with you. Regardless of the proportion of the money he took, all the responsibility to pay rests on the woman. So in your gender responsive approach, how have you thought about this concern? And then there was something you mentioned about what can be done differently for women to control their income. Just thinking out loud, have you thought of a model, or do you think it would work for women to sell collectively as a circle or as a group, so that for every sale, a certain amount or in terms of a percentage is automatically held back as you're saving? This way, regardless of what pressures you might be on at home, with the income you have brought, something is left behind to cater for the development of your fish enterprise in the long run. My other concern goes to Madame Joyce Ikwaput. Regarding regional cooperation and how it can be used to improve bilateral trade. Whereas I had a lot of informative discussion on productivity, production and policy, I didn't hear much about trade across this border. What particularly disturbs me is that right now, despite having launched a very beautiful, big and capable market in Mpondwe, it is not that functional in terms of cross-border trade. Because during the lockdown, when Uganda closed its borders, Congo did not. So what happened was that whoever was selling fish, including those bringing from South Sudan, from Kenya, just passed through Uganda with their fish. So the market shifted. Markets are not buildings. The people trading fish shifted across the border. And what happens there is that when I go with my fish, I have to hand it over to a broker. There is a big barrier between me, the trader, and the buyer on the Congo side.
Okay.
The broker has to take the fish. So how can we help Ugandans benefit? Because we seem to have lost our market opportunity there.
Okay, your time is up, madam.
Sorry.
You've used quite enough, more than enough, but you have given us very important ideas. I'm sure the panelists are thinking very important ideas. I'm sure the panelists are thinking about them. If I don't pick you, it's not that I don't want you to speak. It's a question of time. And in a situation like this, it's not that everybody will talk. So I have a very difficult task. When I see all the hands up, I can see the passion that you have. But it's a question of time. So I'm going to pick only one, and then I let the panelists, each one of them has about 30 seconds to respond to what you have said or asked. And after that, 2 people to give us testimonies of how they're actually dealing with this. Because we need to hear more about these testimonies. They give us encouragement. So now, Paul, I'm giving you an enviable task of choosing who the other person is going to be to speak. It's over to you now. You know, now I have to use somebody who has the terrain and social intelligence of around here.
Thank you very much, moderator. I'm James Katali. I'm a fisheries scientist based in Buikwe as a district fisheries officer. First of all, I want to thank NutriFish for inviting me and to have something before you. On the issue of market, I would say that market can be addressed, especially for the small fishes, for as long as you address the issue of fish quality. And on this note, I want to thank NutriFish because they have really done a lot. Actually, when I came here yesterday, I was in Chiindi, and reaching the landing site, there were 10 trucks waiting to take fish to the neighboring countries. But all those trucks did not have enough fish to take. Reason that now the demand for the small fishes is on the increase. Also, once the demand is on the increase, the price has also gone up. Previously, a kilo of mukene was at 5,000. But By yesterday, it had reached 1,200. I mean, 12,000. It had actually surpassed Nairo Patch, because Nairo Patch is at 8,000 to 1,000. So you can see, once we address the issue of quality, the market can work out by itself. And on this note, I would request, because we are having a challenge now, we have the fish quality, the quality of fish is somehow improving, but the women we are working with are also challenged. They would wish to take their fish to the supermarkets so that they can increase on their income. But the issue of certification by UNBS is still a challenge. So I request that UNBS comes on board and address that issue. Then ICAS, we are piloting as Wikwe district. We have 2 landing sites, Chiindi and Chikondo. You have heard the testimony from one of our women. She actually brought it up. She is not the only one whose livelihood has been improved on. But there are several others. She's only one in Chikondo, but there are several in Chiindi as well. The Chiindi women are also here. They can tell you, women have been so far improved on in as far as their income is concerned. ICAS has helped us with data collection. The data collected using our rudimentary methods was not regularly collected, first of all. It was not timely, but now we are getting timely data submission. The data is very efficient. Also, it is collected by trained people, because previously we are very few on ground, only a fisheries officer in a sub-county. But now that they are trained data collectors who are on ground 24/7, they can collect that data at all times. So the data has been efficient, timely collected, accurate, and we have been receiving it the way it has been collected on ground.
That deserves a round of applause.
Yes, but now, thank you. I have a request about the sustainability of this project. How are we going to sustain it? Because this data collection is based on funding. We have a project which is piloting. And now that this project doesn't have money, how shall we continue, to collect the data and submit on time? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think now you'll have to bring the microphone. We'll have to come back to the panelists, and each one of them has about 30 seconds or less than a minute to respond. Some of them were questions, others they were giving us ideas. When it comes to certification, I understand the Uganda National Bureau of Standards from them. So I was speaking to Mr. Aburu from UNBS, who said he looked at this thing and then he put in his technology and has showed him that actually this is certified. So it is not enough also to have a seal. He can even tell you if you want to verify whether that seal is from them. Can you imagine? So, but for this one, it is from UNBS. And sometimes I've wondered, for those who have done research, I understand sometimes they export bones of fish. I'm saying this with a lot of respect. Is that so? Some parts of Eastern Congo? Yes. And I was in a market as a young journalist back in the day in Kisugu, and I found ladies who were selling the leftovers when they have already exported. And the lady was shouting, calling customers, fish fillet, fish fillet. So I looked at the fish fillet, I'm like, but these are bones. But, well, it shows you the demand that is available for fish and what people can do to make sure they get that fish. So we're going to start from here. We shall end with the Office of the Prime Minister in responding very, very briefly.
Thank you very much, Patrick. I just want to comment on the issue of patent, which came out clearly that what will happen, especially to this, and I think in that case, the PI will have to respond, but I just wanted to share the experience we normally do at regional level when we are dealing with any project that is going to come out with something that requires patenting. At the time of agreeing and signing a grant, you have to sign and indicate anything who it goes to. So it is already stipulated, it gets stipulated at that time of grant, signing the agreement, and once it is done, then it is lived up that level. So for the case of NutriFish, I have here the PI, I think we'll have to add a Kobu.
Thank you very much. Somebody talked about sustainability. Maybe I would like to talk about that in terms of market sustainability. I think for the case of NutriFish products, we are working with people that are business and profit oriented, and once the product is available, they can be able to drive the demand, and it will be just the scaling up of the production that will be a problem. But in terms of market sustainability, I think the market is there.
Thank you. Mr. Bukenya, sir.
Thank you so much. When I listened to most of the comments from the public, is about how we are going to continue with the regulations. As you are aware, our Fisheries and Aquaculture Bill is now out. Unlike other fish acts we had, which were meant for hunting or looking at only illegalities, this one now, we're very careful when we are coming to make this law, and we are going to have a number of regulations, enabling regulations, and the regulations that are going to regulate the harvesting of those small fishes, and also how to handle the quality assurance, the post-harvest handling, and we are going to ensure that the quality assurance is assured, because we are going to review and come up with the fish and quality assurance rules, and these rules are going to guide the fishing, the management, and the fisheries and handling of the small fish species.
Thank you. Nelly.
Thank you very much. I think most of the women groups are new. I think I was with these women for like 6 months, towards the end of the project, I think. The new groups we've been trying to help them to, but the old groups like Chindi, they usually borrow as a group. So it will not be one husband saying, my wife, where is the money? But when you tell women about their rights, then they are able to know how to negotiate with their husbands. I can tell you, if you go to Chikon, they will be very amazed with some of the things the women do with their husbands. Husbands are listening. On the issue of collective selling, yes, they have started doing that already. So we can only encourage them to do more, so that thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Nelly and Joyce.
Yeah, I will attempt 2 questions. The first one is on issue of market. Rita, I agree with you. There are challenges which occurred when Imponde was closed, but we are working with the Ministry of Trade and Industry to see that those challenges are addressed, because, you know, once a market, like you say, market is the people, once they have moved to the other side, you don't just wake up overnight and have it back this side. It takes some processes. But now I want to advise you on issues of access to market. There are 3 things to keep in mind: quantity, quality, and regularity. Most of us, we find a market and we think tomorrow we go back after 6 months, you'll find that market. If you cannot sustain your market by being in it regularly on the right, providing the right quantity and the right quality, then you lose the market. With the issue of quality for the small species, we are currently working with the UNBS to develop the standards for Mukene so that within East African community, we all trade based on the same standard of Mukene. There was a question on what will government do if we woke up tomorrow and the population has reached 100. That is a question which is 1 million answers, because I don't think anybody has a clear answer to that one. But of course, we are aware there are issues of climate change, and government working with other stakeholders are looking at how to adapt to these climatic changes, because with climate change comes issues of diseases. And if you ask whether fish falls sick, yes, fish falls sick. It has its own diseases, but it affects mainly the reared, the farmed ones. And in fisheries or aquaculture, the solution is prevention, because cure is very difficult in fisheries. I don't know how you can treat fish in Lake Victoria, but we can prevent by reducing the pollution and other water quality parameters that will stress the fish, because once the fish is stressed, then it's susceptible to fall sick. So we prevent them from getting stressed in the first place. Thank you.
All right. I think when you answer this, Boaz, I remember Patrick asked, well, no, the issue of somebody can come out with a novel idea, very beautiful, like we have, but then it is not taken up through the policies of government. It's not accepted. How do you harmonize those? How do you align that an innovation here is also accepted in government and is taken up?
Thank you very much, Patrick. That's a very important question. No wonder the person who asked is coming from the field that he understands very well. Fortunately for NutriFish, under Program 1, Agro-Industrialization, it is an idea and an innovation that has space in that program. But the question is, how do you position the project or the innovation to harness what is available? Because all of you might be wanted, but how do we find ourselves on the policy table? And that is why I promised that working together we can first interface with those who are in the industry already and see how we position this. That's the pledge I made. So that is the starting point. And then when we have acceptability, where we can options for scale up, then we shall be good to go. Patrick, there is $1 million question from Professor Tugume, and what his observation all of us can see. Now everybody is eating maize, is eating what we call posho. It used to be a shame when I was growing up for a household to buy food. They would term them as lazy. But nowadays, when you buy food, then that is the right thing to do. You can even show off that for you, you don't produce, and you only buy food even when you are not assured of an income. So we are eating posho. Now, what will happen if there is a problem with posho? That is the question he's asking. If we cannot grow maize, if the productivity of maize goes down, what will our schools do? What will households do? And that is a question which recently was asked of the Minister of Agriculture. I remember in the room there was Dr. Ambrose Agona, the director NARU. What will happen when our staples cannot work because of...
I think Professor Tugume's question was also specific to
Yes.
animal protein, chicken, and things like that, that if they could fall sick and they're wiped off, what would be replacement of that kind of protein? If I got you right, sir.
Yes, I'm still within that context. It is about having, we are eating the same food over time. Whether it is plant protein or animal protein or staples, what will happen, because he even illustrated using cassava and sweet potatoes. What will happen? That's a question which very many stakeholders must answer, and especially from the lead Ministry of Agriculture. We have already put that question to MAIF. They are preparing a strategy. I think when she was still there, she must have been in that meeting. The question was simply that, 50 years from today, with our soils getting depleted, with productivity in the central region going low, what is there to feed millions that are emerging in less than 20 years from today? So it is, you give me now courage to go and ask, remind them where is this paper so that it can come on the policy table. He knows that before we go to cabinet, we first process at the office of the Prime Minister.
Okay.
And I can ask those questions so that such a question is answered.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boaz Msimenta. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, give a round of applause to the panelists. I think as they walk back, we have left us with $1 million question about a possible existential threat 50 years from now. But Makerere University always don't disappoint. That's a question you should ponder about, because the innovation is going to come from here. For all of you who are back to your alma mater, please remember there's a question that Makerere should answer as well. Thank you so much. And maybe you can take back your seats, ladies and gentlemen. Another round of applause. Thank you. I know you have so many views and so many questions, but it's a question of time. I want to thank you. May I call upon Dr. Effie to come back here and perhaps tell us the way forward and how we conclude. Thank you so much.
A round of applause for Patrick. I know it's been a long morning, it's been a long afternoon. Our food has been ready and we are going to have it, but just allow me to take a few minutes to appreciate a few people. But first I want to address the question of IP. I think it was referred to me. The question of IP was addressed at project development level. Makerere has IP policy, Naro has IP policy. So there are different levels these were addressed. We also have a level of agreement with our funders. IDRC has a policy on that. So these we are catered for. Between the institutions, the partner institution, Nutriel and Makerere had an MOU, and some aspects of IP we also addressed. So I think there should be no problems arising out of IP. Now, please put your hands together and appreciate all the district fisheries officers who have been able to come and join with us. Please stand up. We want to appreciate you. All the DFOs, we will not have achieved. Yeah, please appreciate them. All that we have achieved is because of them. They are our liaison people, so we work through them, and they have been very, very tremendous in terms of helping us to link us to the communities. Also appreciate all the NutriFish champions. Somebody came to me and said, "You've not recognized us." I knew I will come. So the champions who are in this room, please stand up and we recognize you. These are the people who are actually our legs and arms, because we can't be everywhere. So all your efforts have been appreciated. We may not pay you in monetary terms, but just know that your contribution to the community has been recognized today and will forever be. I also want to recognize some people who have worked with us. From Naro Namlonge, we have Grace Nanyonjo, who has been a real partner to the NutriFish project. Please appreciate Grace. We also have UNFO representatives who came in late. We didn't recognize them. We have Lovin and Rita. Please stand up for recognition. And the UNFO has been our partner, and they are working with all the women groups. If they said don't go to this group, we will not have women groups to work with. So we appreciate your partnership and the good working relations. We also have in this room very vibrant students of Bachelor of Fisheries. FISAMU students, please stand up, we want to see you. Any FISAMU student? Yeah, these are the people who keep us busy. If they are not here, we have no job. So we appreciate you taking the time to come and be with us. And I would like to appreciate the administration of this university, the Vice Chancellor in absentia, the principal, I think the Dean is around, the Dean in your own right, and my head of department, I think he was around. I don't know if he went away. For your unwavering support. There is a lot of paperwork involved, a lot of things that we need running, and again, the accounts office for making sure that the resources we need for field work are provided. Now, we had 6 people who told us they want to give testimonies, and I think 3 of them talked. Now, I want to kindly request us to give them 6 minutes, 2 people, 6 minutes, and then I think I will hand over to the MCs to tell us whether we go and eat or we go home or whatever we do. So we have, on behalf of the champions, we have Peter from Chikondo. So you will come and talk on behalf of the NutriFish champions. We also work a lot with the local government, and one fisheries officer has actually taken all our innovations and is mainstreaming them into the district development plan, and I think that is something which is part of sustainability. Anthony, I don't know if Anthony is around. Anthony from Lake Choga, please come. We want you to stand here so that we take exactly 6 minutes. So Peter, you have 3 minutes. Try to be very brief, and then we'll have Anthony. I know that there was a lady from Day who wanted to tell us about the savings in the groups. I think we are going to come and visit you. We shall sit with you the whole day. On Wednesday, we shall be in Day. So we shall talk to you. Pete.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. By the names, I'm Enyo Peter, one of the champions from Chikondo learning site. So NutriFish identified, we were 5 in numbers. NutriFish identified us, and then we were trained on how to handle, to process, and then to have that capacity to carry out meaningful conversation about the NutriFish, the nutritional value of the product. So when we came as a team, we went back to the landing site, and then we had to start sharing that conversation with the fishing community. So we did meetings with different chain actors, the fish processors, those boat owners, on how to handle the fish from the fishing ground to the where we're going to dry, specifically Mukene. Nelly was here. In addition to that, we had a group of ladies, as one was sharing her testimony. She's not alone who was here sharing. There are so many ladies who had challenges. Like our sister up there raised a concern of the husbands to share money So when the husband go fishing, when he comes back, the wife take that mukene from the boat, takes it to the ground, to the drying ground, and then the husband comes and sells. But when it comes to sharing that money, the wife is not part of that. So that's why there are some domestic violence which was constantly happening. So when Sister Nelly came, they called all the men. We had the meetings, seminars with the men and the women. Because when Nelly came, he first already NutriFish had read the reality of the community and where assistance was needed. So we talked about those gender inequalities. The men had to give in their concerns. And even the ladies. What is the problem you say? That wife of mine doesn't respect me. That wife of mine doesn't prepare food on time. So all those issues were raised there, and then they were solved through that counseling of NutriFish counselors who came at the learning site. Up to now, you find that things have changed. You find that decision making, they are all making decisions. Now we are taking the children to school. You bring your portion and also bring in that portion. But before, you find that the women were struggling to take their children. For the husband, if for them what they do, they go fishing and then they do what they enters and sleep. You know, for fishermen, we sleep during what? Daytime. At night, we go back. So that issue of paying school fees, they were less concerned about that. Another thing was about marketing our product, Mukeni. Before, we lacked that awareness about some nutritional value of the product. The friends have shared about adding stones to what? To Mukeni. The issue was, because this Mukeni was for poultry, and they were weighing on a measuring scale, so the issue of adding these stones in that Mukeni was to say that at least this Mukeni, you get enough kilograms to support your what? But when people were sharing, if you add value to this product, you can get money more than the way you are doing to add stones in the product. I think I am remaining only 1 minute. So, on my behalf and the behalf of NutriFish, on the NutriFish champions, we are so appreciative to the project. Because when you come to the learning side of Chikondo, you will see that there's what? A difference. Thank you a lot. And then we hope that we still need you. If there's any chance for phase 2, we welcome it. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of State for Fisheries here represented, distinguished participants and organizers. Protocol observed. I am Anthony Otonga. I work with the Morata District Local Government at the District Fisheries Office, where we are responsible for management of fisheries resources, fisheries development. Let me start with in my personal capacity. I am one person who never bothered about eating. A lot of opportunities for value addition, a lot of opportunities for improving market